Chapter 228. It was 1918, not the beginning of the war, but the end of the war. All kinds of materials and personnel were needed to serve the war. One of the general's secretary quickly called an old man with thick glasses from downstairs. The old man's knowledge was not to be underestimated. Without much thought, he finished translating the notes in the notebook. A few of the Allied generals listened to the old man as he finished reading the notes of the Doctor of Poisons. Very formally, they expressed that they understood. "Captain Steve Trevor, you did a good job. You can find a place to rest now." Steve was enraged by the bureaucratic habits of the generals. He scolded them for not doing anything. Then, he very vividly demonstrated what it meant to be beaten out in front of Thea and Diana. Looking at Steve being dragged out, Diana was puzzled. She whispered to Thea, "Why did the human generals ignore what was about to happen? Are they under a spell?" From the corner of her eye, Thea saw Ars, who was pretending to be a cripple, twitching his ears. She knew that her mute enchantment would not be able to stop him if he wanted to listen. She pretended not to see through his disguise, and he pretended not to see the two of them. Thea could not say too much about Diana's question. The current Diana was not as determined as she was in the original time. If she said that human society was too dirty, she might just go back to Paradise Island like Shubaji in Journey to the West. To prevent Ars from seeing through her, Thea could only pretend to be serious and said, "I did not feel the fluctuation of magic. Maybe these generals are timid. HMPH, childish Amazons." Hearing Thea's words, Ars snorted. His perspective was too high. Although he had some doubts about the existence of a pure warrior tribe like the Amazons who knew magic, he did not take it to heart. From the short contact with Steve, he read a small part of Steve's surface memory and knew that the Amazon that appeared out of nowhere was called Artemis. He knew the name of the goddess of Paradise Island very well. He automatically thought that the divine power in Thea was an appendage of the goddess name. At most, he was surprised that his goddess sister, Artemis, was still alive and had divine power. However, he did not take it to heart at all. Sure enough, Diana did not think much after hearing Thea's explanation. She just looked at the leader of the Allied generals with disdain, treating this political compromise as cowardice. Diana shook her head and said to Thea, "Steve's mission is complete. Let him continue his mission. Let's go to the front line to find Ars. I want to cut off his head and end this war." Thea looked at the resolute Diana and her face twitched a little. She did not dare to look at the dog head in the room. She was afraid that the god of war would not follow the script and directly transform in London. She could only valiantly say that this was her mission and let's go quickly. She pulled Diana out of the headquarters. Although without Steve as a burden, Diana still could not fly at this time, and Thea did not want to take out the skateboard in the daytime. The two could only buy a ticket to Belgium and prepare to go directly to the battlefield to find the illusory Ars. Thea had plundered the local gangs in Liverpool and had piled up a lot of pounds in her elk ring. Although she was not a millionaire, she was now a small asset. The two women booked the ticket and found the most luxurious hotel in London to check in. After changing, Thea was holding an introductory black magic book and reading with great interest. There was a hurried knock on the door. "You are Mr. Trevor?" Thea opened the door and saw a man with bruises on his face. It took her a long time to recognize that it was Steve, whom she had been separated from for a long time. The patriotic young man, Steve, looked tired at this time. "I have been looking in the hotels in the city for a long time and finally found you. You have to help me." Steve was depressed. He did not dare to use the American intelligence personnel, so he could only ask around from the port train station and found that the two women did not leave the city. He judged that the two women did not have much money and initially found small hotels. In the end, he almost searched the entire London before he found the two women in the most luxurious hotel. "Miss Artemis, I need your help. You must have something you need my help with, right?" Steve was about to give up, but he did not expect to unexpectedly receive the help of a knight who had difficulty moving. The kind knight inadvertently mentioned that he could find a few helpers and act alone. Steve did not know that all of this was a hint from Ars and thought that it was his own idea. He thanked Ars profusely and ran all over the city. He was exhausted and finally found the two women. Thea had already expected this. Ars's thoughts were not difficult to guess. He wanted Diana to see the evil of human beings, and then her faith would be shaken. After that, he would use flowery words to confuse her to his side. So, the strategy he used was to kill people with a slow knife. You can watch as much as you want, the more you watch, the better. But his own divine power was far from enough to monitor Diana. In order to control everything, he worked hard on Steve. As long as Steve stuck close to Diana, the whereabouts of this group of people would be under his control. Thea, of course, welcomed this. Was there a better ending than completing the destined battle on the predetermined battlefield and collecting enough energy without affecting the timeline? Immediately, he took Steve to see Diana. Steve acted out his inner drama again. How selfless he was, how he would not rub sand in his eyes. For the sake of justice, for the sake of the safety of mankind, you must help me. However, Diana, who took the responsibility of protecting mankind as her duty, liked this and said that she would do her best to help. Steve asked about the two's itinerary and left. He also knew that he could not completely rely on these two gods. As for the Rs they talked about, he never understood what it was. Was it a person's name or an organization's code name? He did not know anything. In order to prevent the two from looking for Rs halfway, he had to bring a few more people with him. Whether it was to strengthen his voice in this small team or to go solo in the future, he had to find a few more companions. Early the next morning, when Thea and Diana left the room and went to the lobby for breakfast, they found that the hotel waiter stopped one of Steve's companions. "Sir, I'm sorry, your Indian servant can't enter." "I'm not a servant." A short, curly-haired man next to Steve, who was of Indian descent, objected angrily, but the waiter was very polite, but his tone was unusually firm. "We are the most luxurious hotel in the world, and Indians are not allowed in." Chapter 229. The commotion was witnessed by the two girls who were having breakfast. Thea was nonchalant, but Diana frowned a little. She was a little displeased with the appearance of Steve's companion. Ancient Greece was a country that valued appearance highly. Whether it was the gods or heroes, they were all tall and strong, brimming with power and beauty. Paradise Island, which was deeply influenced by their culture, naturally had such a culture. Although Steve's combat power was weak, his personal image could barely meet Diana's aesthetic standards. However, the Indian companion he brought today was 1.6 meters tall, dark-skinned, with curly hair and a short beard. He was also a little hunchback. No matter how you looked at it, this guy had nothing to do with Greek aesthetics. The future Diana would be able to accept all kinds of people after living in human society for 100 years. However, she had just left Paradise Island. Although she was not the type to judge people by their appearance, she was still a little annoyed when she saw this guy. Would this guy drag down the average appearance of the team? She could not help but feel a little resentment towards Steve. Fortunately, Steve did not come alone. Soon, a good-natured cripple came out from behind him. Thea's eyes flashed slightly. Was Ars going to officially meet Diana? As a person who had disguised himself in human society for many years, Ars knew the human heart very well. He used his identity as a knight to successfully resolve the dilemma of the Indian man. Steve also saw the two women. He quickly walked to them and introduced the lame man behind him. "This is the patriotic gentleman I mentioned to you before, Sir Patrick Morgan, who is very supportive of me. Sir, these two are companions that I met on my journey. They are very righteous friends. This is Diana, and this is Artemis." The old cripple Ars disguised himself very well. He did not reveal a trace of his divine power. He was completely an ordinary old man. When he saw the two girls, he took off his hat in a very old-fashioned way. Thea sneered in her heart. Taking off his hat. She did not dare to shake hands with him. Once they shook hands, there was no point in hiding. Her cold attitude caused Ars to misunderstand and confirm that she was a member of the Amazon. Ars ignored Thea and automatically turned his attention to Diana. Diana did not notice his abnormality. Seeing that Thea did not speak, she did not know what to say as she was new to human society. She just nodded to show her respect. Steve then introduced the two elites he had recruited. One was a short man of Indian descent who claimed to be able to speak many languages, and the other was a white man with puffy eyes and a small round hat. He said that he was a sharpshooter who could never miss a shot. An Indian and a Jew. With the addition of the Native Americans at the front line, the multinational troops were all present. This was very much in line with the spirit of the Americans. Sia glanced at the two of them and did not look at them again. These two guys were actually praising them when they said they were just here for fun. That sharpshooter was even more of a joke. A guy like that would probably not survive more than 3 days on a European battlefield. Their only commendable quality was that they were not afraid of death. Steve probably felt that the two people he recruited were a bit of a failure. He talked about his plan non-stop. Thea thought that the plan was stupid. She and the others would charge in front of the enemy while Sir Cripple, who had the intelligence, would guide them through Steve's fat secretary and wander around blindly. This way, not only could it help Ars keep track of their whereabouts, but it also gave him the satisfaction of being a chess player. Thea sneered. She thought that she was the chess player, but what she did not know was that there were more consciousnesses watching her behind the scenes. In the end, this farce was just a novice trial given to Diana by the gods. However, since she had taken the longbow from the goddess, Thea would not undermine her. She would work hard to be a good bystander. Thus, the plan, which was obviously formed under the influence of Ars's divine power, was passed without the two girls and the helpers saying anything. Finally, Ars handed Steve an envelope and said, "This money will last you for a few days." Then, he smiled and said goodbye to them. Thea looked at the thickness of the envelope and pouted. It was really thin. She estimated that it was less than 10 pieces. What a stingy guy. After deducting the commission for hiring the two elites, the remaining money would only last them for a few days. The rest of the time, they would have to starve. Steve might have thought of this problem too. He touched the thickness of the envelope and looked at the two girls, who seemed to be able to stay in a luxurious hotel. Thea naturally would not let them take a boat. The two of them took a luxurious cruise ship and had breakfast with Diana. Diana kept describing the breakfast here as delicious and promising. Then, she took Steve and his two elite helpers and boarded a merchant ship that was said to be under the name of the neutral Queen of the Netherlands. In less than half a day, they arrived at the shore of Belgium and successfully found Steve's third helper, the Native American nicknamed Chief. Sia, who did not understand the Native American's language, did not understand why this Native American came to the European battlefield to help the white man fight. Diana was a little interested in the tall and burly chief, but after she threw the burly man 10 meters away with one hand, this interest completely disappeared. "The people outside are so weak," Diana complained to Thea, a little distressed. Thea was a little speechless. "What do you mean? You can't use me as a standard to measure the people outside. This is a dangerous thought. What if you see the famous Lord Bat in the future and want to test his strength? Won't you punch him to the moon?" After this little episode, the chief was still a little angry. For some reason, he competed with Thea and Diana in archery and lasso. The results of the competition were self-evident. The tall and mighty Native American man was now a little evasive when he saw the two girls, especially after he learned from Steve that Thea was a witch. He did not dare to show off his muscles in front of the two girls. The small team had a heated debate about whether to stop the Germans from spreading the poison first or go to the center of the battlefield to find Ars. Thea naturally supported Diana. At the end of the debate, Steve threw out a shocking idea. The German General Rudolf was Ars, and he wanted to launch the poison attack at the same time. What a coincidence. You guys follow me to kill him. Maybe Ars will be dead after that. In Steve's words, Rudolf was the root of all evil in the world. He would feel uncomfortable if he did not eat a few children every day. It was the first time Diana heard such a shocking story. She was furious and decided to go with them to fight the Demon King, Rudolf. Thea was impressed by Steve's ability to lie through his teeth in order to curry favor. Steve also took advantage of the fact that they did not know the truth of the First World War. He made up a story about a general who used all his military power to satisfy his personal ambition and started a world war. His story was full of arguments and evidence. If Thea had not attended history classes, she would have believed him. Chapter 230. Steve breathed a sigh of relief. He also knew that it would be impossible for him to assassinate Rudolph, the leader of the Junker nobles, with the help of these two powerful women. Although he had to sacrifice a little face, it was acceptable for the sake of the country and its people. What Thea did not know was that when the world was completely at peace, Diana came to Steve with a history textbook written by the United States. She wanted him to explain the story he made up. Steve was speechless, and in the end, the two of them broke off all contact. Steve was secretly pleased with himself. He did not know that he would have to pay the price for what he said today. When the team crossed the battlefield and passed by a village, Diana encountered her first choice in life. A woman with unkempt hair and a dirty face held onto Diana with a child in her arms. "Please help me. My house and food are gone. Please help me." Thea looked at the woman with concern. She was suspicious. This middle-aged woman did not seem to be missing an arm or a leg. If she knew that there was a war, why didn't she run away? Why did she hide in the trench with a child? She was too careless. There were at least 80 or 100 people who had passed by her. Why did she grab onto Diana so accurately? Thea could only laugh at such an unusual situation. It was not the early days of the war. Now that the war was almost over, the rear had been stabilized. This woman only needed to run 10 miles to the west and she would be completely safe. However, she pretended to be a quail and hid in the trench at the front line. "We should help her." She said that there is no food in her village. The villagers have become slaves. "This is my duty." This time, Diana did not ask for Thea's opinion. Although it was normal, Thea was still a little sad. The little white flower Diana was finally growing up. Steve did not know that this was Arz's test. He was still sticking to his original plan, which was to pass through the village and go to the next safe place. "Why don't you have any sympathy?" Diana raised her eyebrows and glared at Steve. She then turned to Thea and said, "My sister, you will support me, right?" Thea pretended to be hesitant. "Diana, the Queen doesn't allow us to participate in the war." Diana's eyes instantly lost their luster. "But I won't use my Amazon name to fight." Thea picked up a rifle beside her. "I'll fight as a human. I said that I will always support you." Her firm tone almost made Diana jump with joy. She looked at Steve and the others and asked, "What about you guys?" Steve was still thinking about his dream of saving the country, so he avoided her gaze. Not to mention the other 3 elites. How could they fight for a few £100? You must be joking. Diana untied her hair and let her black hair fall over her shoulders again. She put on Antiope's forehead protector and took off her coat, revealing her shiny golden equipment. She glanced back at them and said, "I will save them." Then she jumped out of the trench and ran toward the German position. Thea also pretended to cover her with a rifle. This was different from Paradise Island. The German soldiers were doomed to be wiped out, and anyone could kill them. Even if there were a few captives, would Hippolyte let them leave the island to spread the news? What a joke! But Thea didn't dare to kill anyone on the battlefield. If one of the German soldiers was the father or grandfather of a future big shot and she accidentally killed him, it would be a big deal. But it wouldn't be right not to cater to Diana. She came up with such a seemingly impassioned but blatant way. She wouldn't use her Amazon name, so she wouldn't use her bow. She would fight as a human and shoot blindly from the back with a rifle. No one could say anything about her. And there were guns and cannons on the battlefield. Her long-range attacks were almost maxed out. It was easy to hit the target, but it was also not difficult to miss. No one would notice if she missed. She would occasionally shoot at the dead people on the ground. Presumably, the dead people wouldn't be affected if they were shot again, right? Diana fully demonstrated how a defensive warrior with godly equipment could beat up ordinary people. She blocked, dodged, and parried. When bullets came, she blocked them with her arm protector. When shells came, she found an angle with her shield to block them. The Germans were not to be trifled with. Several machine gunners roared and fired bullet chains at her. Diana's forward speed was stopped, and she firmly protected herself with the round shield. This shield had a similar effect to Marvel's Team America's shield. It had a taunting function. The German soldiers looked at the shield as if it was their father's murderer. They ignored Diana's 2 long legs, and countless guns and cannons landed on the shield. Thea felt a slight fluctuation of magic. Steve suddenly seemed to be boiling with blood. He jumped out of the trench with a whoosh, and several of his men followed him bravely. Such an unusual move naturally attracted Thea's attention. Was this a chaos spell? It didn't look like it. Thea opened the Eye of Horus and scanned the top of Steve's head. He, there were countless people fighting in the shadow. This was the god of war's domain. It seemed that Ars had done something to him. Thea did not intend to destroy Ars's spell. Now that Steve had a small blessing from the god of war, as long as he did not jump into the barrel of a cannon, he should not die. However, the effect was really not that strong. Thea looked at the few elites and found that the shadow of the god of war was almost invisible on them. The factor that spurred them to rush forward was probably their friendship with Steve. Although their individual combat power was not much, their participation in the battle was like the last straw on the camel's back. When the chieftain threw a grenade into the German trench, Diana took the opportunity to rush in. Sensing that they could win this battle, the commander of the Allied trench also issued the order for a general attack. Sia held a gun and rushed to the front as if she was the real deal. "Diana, are you okay?" Thea looked at her. She did not even lose a single hair on her body. She had a proper divine body. "I'm fine. Which village are we going to?" Diana also understood the power of human weapons through this battle. Now, she was much calmer. She did not even have a scratch on her skin, so what was there to be afraid of? She led the way into the small village occupied by the Germans. Thea did not have the same defensive armor as her, and her personality was not as fierce as her. Although her body was not afraid of ordinary bullets after being transformed by divine power, it was still very painful to be hit. The two kept a distance and rushed into the village. The following battle was very satisfying for Diana, but for Thea, it was very restrictive. This German soldier was full of vitality and did not seem to deserve to die here today. This boy looks so young and has a great future ahead of him. Spare his life. In the end, Thea simply stopped fighting. She called the villagers who were hiding in their homes to come out quickly. Using her strong mental power, she led a large group of villagers to flee. There were so many people that Diana gave up fighting and kept covering her as she led the villagers away from the battlefield. Chapter 231. Leave this to me. You go and deal with the enemy. Thea's original intention was not to disrupt the course of history, and at the same time, she wanted to make her presence known. Whether the villagers lived or died had nothing to do with her. She just wanted to act as if she loved life. With Diana, a fierce defensive warrior, coming over, how could she happily slack off? Sending Diana to the front to kill the enemy was the right thing to do. Then be careful. Diana did not know about her various concerns and only thought that she was really helping her solve her worries. She was touched and rushed into the German stronghold like a gust of wind. She slashed with the sword in her left hand, smashed with the shield in her right hand, and rushed up to kick the enemy when she saw a flaw in their defenses. Thea, who was outside, naturally saw Diana's lithe, beast-like figure. Wherever she went, people died and were injured. Those who were slashed by the fake Godslayer were not so bad, but those whose faces were smashed by the shield were more miserable. Of course, the most unlucky ones were those who were kicked more than 10 meters away and vomited their internal organs. Steve acted as a human lift and helped Diana jump 10 meters into the air. After taking care of the sniper at the village's clock tower, the battle finally subsided. Thea saw that the battle was over, and the few remaining German soldiers ran away. She also ended the farce of leading the villagers to escape, but in reality, it was a bit like an eagle trying to catch a chicken. She also deliberately arranged for the villagers to rest, delaying them for a few minutes and avoiding the photo session. These villagers were also careless. The enemy was not far away, and the village was almost completely destroyed by Diana. Taking photos in the midst of the rubble, a group of people celebrated noisily. As the saviors of the world, Diana and the others were clustered in the middle of the village and took a photo that would be passed down for hundreds of years. How is it? Does it feel good to be the savior of the world? Thea thanked a few villagers who wanted to invite her home as a guest and came to Diana, who was standing alone in the ruins. Those Germans are also very weak, almost as weak as these villagers. Why didn't the villagers resist? Is it because of the weapons? Diana pointed at the hundreds of villagers who had rushed out of the square. She was puzzled. There were many strong men here. Why did they hide during the battle just now? Based on her understanding, if this incident had happened on Paradise Island, there would have been a bloodbath. These villagers were all in good condition, so why did they not have the slightest bit of resistance? Humans are very complicated. They can't be measured by simple good and evil, cowardice and bravery. Some people are weak all their lives, but they are not bad people. Some people never hesitate, but they are not good people. Thea gently brushed her cheek, wiping away the dirt on her face. Diana, you are not a god. You are not a human. Thea continued. You're not an Amazon either. You're too unique. You're the only one in this world. Humans have their own path of development. This is something that even the gods cannot interfere with. You are not a nanny, and humans are not as weak as you think. You can't blindly use your power to help them. What you should do is to uphold the justice in your heart. Thea knew that changing her beliefs was not something that could be done overnight. Her outlook on life had been forged by Hippolyte for 5,000 years. It was not good or bad. It was just wishful thinking. In the days that followed, Diana fought on the front line, but she did not understand her own heart. After Darkseid's death, Superman and the others ascended to godhood. Superman was the god of strength, Batman was the god of knowledge, and the Flash was the god of death. Even a brat like Shazam was given the title of the god of gods. What was so special about him? Diana was the only one who did not gain anything. She was still the same as before. Was it because she did not work hard? Was it because she was slacking off during the battle? No. Thea felt that the problem was that she had never found her own heart. The blessings of the gods had raised her vision and ability, but it also deeply restrained her development. Compared to Superman's strength, and compared to Batman's wisdom, she could not compete with anyone. Of course, her average was much higher than the average superhero, which was why she could fight until the end. If she could always carry out the beliefs that she protected, it would be fine. However, she was ostracized by the various ugly phenomena of human society. In the end, she was almost exiled to the Louvre to become an expert professor. Thea now wanted to help her strengthen her beliefs. The god of strength and knowledge was a little extreme and did not suit Diana's personality. Would the god of protection work? Would the god of justice work? However, thanks to the blessings of time travel, Thea could not say much. She could only briefly reveal her thoughts. Protect. Mother said so too. Since you all said so, I will persevere. Diana was still a little confused, but she did not continue to focus on the problem. Sigh. The persuasion was not effective. Thea sighed secretly. Diana still did not understand what she was going to do. She was now like a child, doing whatever her parents and relatives asked her to do. Thea could not wait to fly back to 2008 and teach her a lesson. You too. I found Rudolph's location. It's only a few kilometers away from here. There is a banquet there. This is our chance. Steve jogged all the way to report the good news to the two of them. This was the goal that they had set long ago. In the following time, Steve met up with his friends and described a great plan to the two girls in a complicated language. That was to sneak in and kill. Killing one would be enough for them to kill two and make a profit. According to Thea's understanding, this was to jump in and kill Rudolph. As for the rest of the plan, Captain Steve did not even think about it. Are you so sure that once the German general is dead, no one will release the poison gas attack? Thea forced herself to hold back her words. This guy was so retarded. In order to transform into the cunning and steady leader of the Sky's Eye Society 100 years later, how many setbacks had he suffered in the past 100 years? To prevent any accidents, Thea had been studying Constantine's magic book for the past few days. She was going to erase Steve's memory of her before she left this world. Based on the way the ninja master bullied Malcolm, She also concocted a kind of herbal medicine and added a drop of it into Steve's diet every day. With this two-pronged approach, no one would be able to find out that something was amiss. Even if they did, the memory would be completely erased. No matter how powerful a sorcerer was, they would not be able to create a memory out of nothing. As for Steve's friends, it was not so troublesome. In theory, they would not be able to live to the 21st century if they did not have those adventures. Thea could just brainwash them when the time came. Chapter 232. After Steve finished explaining the current grim situation and saw that the two girls had no objections, he led his multinational troops to have a party with the villagers. Of course, he used the excuse that he was looking for a set of German officers' uniform. Was there a need to look? They were all over the place, all right. Thea was speechless as she looked at the tall Native American chief showing off his muscular body to a little girl like a bull. You seem to have a lot on your mind. The two did not join the party but walked hand in hand on a small path in the countryside. Diana saw Thea's unnatural expression and immediately asked, Thea hesitated for a moment but decided to tell the truth. After the battle with ours, I'm going back. Going back? Diana was not Hippolyte. She did not have a god-king to accompany her to watch the stars and the moon. For a moment, she was stunned by Thea's words. Yes, I'm going back to where I came from. My family is still waiting for me, aliens. Or are you not from this world? Or, are you not from this time? Diana was a scholar who was proficient in theology. She did not read so many books for nothing. Soon, she analyzed a few answers. Thea was silent. She neither admitted nor denied it. The two walked halfway up the mountain and stopped. Looking at the brightly lit village not far away, the cheerful laughter could still be faintly heard from far away. Will I ever see you again? Unlike the parting on Paradise Island, Diana knew that nothing happened to those people. She just could not go back for the time being. Now that she was facing Thea, Diana experienced the first parting in her life. All kinds of emotions flowed in her heart. She did not know what to feel. Of course, but it will be a long time. Thea looked at her with a smile. The two had been together for half a year and now there was a hint of family between them. How long will you be gone? About 100 years. Diana heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that it was 100 years. She had thought that it would be a long time. For her lifespan of 5,000 years, 100 years was nothing to her. Thea did not hide the fact that she had absorbed divine power from her. Both of them now had very long lifespans. If they did not seek death, they could live for a very long time. Don't worry, I will find you again, Thea said confidently. She was still wondering if she should drag Diana to fight Ninja Master when she returned to the original timeline. If he couldn't do it, he could pull in Batman and Superman. No matter how many trump cards Ninja Master had, he would be able to force his way through, right? His gaze swept over the foot of the mountain. Hey! They are dancing. Do you know how to dance? Although the two of them were halfway up the mountain, their eyes could see very far. Again, Diana's ability had no shortcomings. Hearing her words, she also looked at the foot of the mountain. Sure enough, the villagers were singing and dancing to celebrate their victory. Diana said proudly, I have Athena's wisdom. There is nothing in this world that I don't know. But why are they dancing with a man and a woman? Our Paradise Island is not like that. Thea's expression was a little strange. You don't even have a male creature on your island. What else can you do if you don't dance with a woman? However, the good habits of Paradise Island gave her a good start. Originally, Thea thought that it was strange for a man and a woman to dance with a woman. Now, it was fine. This was a tradition of Paradise Island. Beautiful lady, would you like to dance with me? Thea immediately used magic to conjure a white dress. Of course, it was a man's dress. Looking at the effect, it looked a little like Gid the Monster Thief. In order to make it look authentic, she even conjured a lot of white feathers that fluttered in the wind. Diana, who was deeply influenced by the romanticism of ancient Greek heroes, was very satisfied with her actions. She slowly extended her hand and said, I will, my knight. Under the bright moonlight, the two of them danced on the hillside as if there was no one else around. Thea had been taught all kinds of ladylike lessons by Moira since she was young. Her dancing skills were already very good. Coupled with her current agility and the memory of Artemis's chosen one, the classical Greek dance and modern dance steps were fused into one. She was like a living elf, dancing a dance that had never appeared in the modern world under the gentle breeze. Diana had a strong memory and body coordination. Ancient Greece was a country that valued appearance. Dance was a compulsory course for every citizen. Paradise Island was an ancient civilization that was isolated from the rest of the world. Naturally, the tradition of dancing was still preserved in Paradise Island. Relying on her strong learning ability, Diana gradually caught up with Thea's footsteps. Both of them had their own characteristics. Thea wore masculine clothes that matched her elegant temperament. Diana wore a mighty armor underneath her feminine inner body. It seemed that it was a little lacking without musical accompaniment. Thea was a little disappointed. She thought about it and remembered that there was a song in her memory that was very suitable for the current situation. Although the song hadn't been born yet, it wouldn't have a big impact if she sang it, right? Thea silently apologized to Audrey Hepburn. She softened her voice and began to sing. Moonriver wider than a mile moonriver, the gorgeous water spread over thousands of miles. I'm a crossing Yowan style so may day I'll meet you gracefully in a certain year. Oh dream maker you heartbreaker oh, this intoxicating river, the river of broken dreams. Whether very regoing I'm going your way no matter where you go, I'll be with you. Two drifters off do see the world traveling with you, I'll see the whole wide world. The whole song wasn't long. The original singer sang it in a low voice. The sentimental parting was not in line with the characters of the two. Both Thea and Diana were the kind of people who would cut down Gordon if they encountered a dead knot. Thea sang the whole song in an unusually high-pitched voice. With the moonlight, her voice was clear and pure. The meaning of the song was naturally heard by Diana. The two looked at each other and understood each other's feelings. Diana nodded deeply. No matter what the road ahead was, she knew that there would always be someone by her side. Their dance didn't attract much attention at first. It wasn't until Thea sang that the people in the small village slowly stopped celebrating. What song is this? It's too far, I can't hear it clearly, but it's really good. A few villagers whispered to each other. The Indian man also came to Steve's side. Hey, are those two women on the mountain? You still haven't told me where you met such beautiful and powerful women. The Indian man thought for a long time but couldn't think of a word to describe Diana's powerful combat ability. He could only vaguely describe them as powerful women. They are. Where are they from? Steve found that the words were on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't say them out loud. The more he tried, the more his memory became blurry. He didn't know that this was the effect of Paradise Island's enchantment. He automatically blamed this supernatural thing on Thea. I can't say it. Sammy, trust me. I didn't mean to not say it. Chapter 233. Don't get too excited when you hear this song in the future. Thea did not know that she had always been the scapegoat for other people. Today, she was being blamed by Steve. She felt great after singing the song, but she immediately thought of the consequences. What if Diana saw Audrey Hepburn singing this song in the future? She began to talk to Diana in a low voice, trying to patch up a few things. I've never heard this song before, and it's so good. Are you implying that I'll hear it in the future? So it's a song from the future? Are you also from the future? Oh. No wonder you didn't use your full strength in the battle this afternoon. Diana was naive, but not stupid. With so many clues, it was easy for her to analyze the truth. What else could Thea say? She could only nod. Diana crossed her arms and glanced at Thea. You didn't dare to participate in the battle this afternoon because you were afraid of causing a chain reaction in time? But you still insisted on participating in the battle against ours. This means that ours will definitely be defeated by me, right? As long as it did not involve complicated political issues, Diana instantly turned into a Grim Reaper student. Her amazing reasoning came out one after another. When she saw Thea neither nodding nor shaking her head, her conviction almost reached its peak. Thea was a little speechless as she looked at Diana, who was full of fighting spirit. She did not expect that such a reasoning would strengthen her belief in winning. It could be said that it was an accident, or it could be said that it was historical inevitability. Diana finally returned to the track of the original plot, which was to firmly believe that she could defeat Ars. After Ars is defeated, will my mission be over? Diana knew that she should not ask too much, but after a few moments of hesitation, she asked this question. Thea gently patted her on the back. Of course not, my knight. Your mission has just begun. Knight? Do you think I look like a knight? Diana had obviously read a lot of knight novels. She laughed heartily. That's right. Look at you, you have a shield and a sword. If you're not a knight, then what are you? I'm a weak woman who needs your protection. Nonsense. You are not a weak woman, my great mage. Hee. Diana seemed to like this kind of role-play very much. As she spoke, she even acted like a valiant king walking. The opposite was indeed the most adorable. Thea was overjoyed to see Diana, who was usually serious, finally smiling. However, she could not continue with this role-playing game. The story of King Arthur was a household name. Diana, who had been a hermit for 5,000 years, would definitely have heard of it. It would be bad if she thought of something like Merlin. Thea quickly changed the topic. The next day, the 6 of them bid farewell to the villagers and embarked on the last stop of their journey. When they approached the German castle, Steve pretended to be a German officer and Sammy, who pretended to be an Indian driver, first sneaked in to gather information. In order not to make any big changes, Thea separated from the others early. She cast an invisibility spell and lay on the top of the castle to bask in the sun. When she was tired of lying down, she took out a magic book to study. When she was tired of reading, she continued to bask in the sun. She was not going to participate in the later part of the story. She was fine as long as she was nearby when Diana and Ars fought. After all, Boss Zeus' arrow was automatically charged. At this time, she was happily flipping through a book with a strange name. Defense Against Black Magic. Thea complained for a long time. Would she directly transmigrate to the Harry Potter world after reading such a crappy book? Unexpectedly, after just 3 pages, a vague message came from the elk in the space ring. The goddess wants to see me. The goddess was the goddess of the night. She probably did not like the sun. Thea quickly flew down from the castle of an old noble in Germany. She walked into a dense forest and stood there with a serious expression, waiting for the goddess's inquiry. What? The goddess doesn't have enough magic power. She needs my magic power. When Thea stood there obediently for 3 minutes, the elk sent her another message, which made her a little nervous. What the hell? She needs my magic power to talk to me. Is it a two-way charge? She doesn't have the spirit of keeping up with the times. Although she was a little dissatisfied, considering that the goddess didn't give her any responsibilities and instead gave her a lot of benefits, Thea still followed the elk's instructions and poured a small part of her magic power into the ring. After a moment of dizziness, Thea came to the high-dimensional space she saw last time. However, the space was not as stable as last time. Thea waited for a full 10 minutes before the goddess appeared from somewhere like an old television with bad signal. Your Majesty. Hello, Thea Quinn, my chosen one. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. The goddess's voice was as crisp as ever. I'm looking for you this time to ask you for a favor. The goddess was a little embarrassed as she spoke. I'm willing to serve you. Thea shouted loudly. However, the goddess's next sentence made her confidence plummet. Unfortunately, I don't have anything to repay you. Are you still willing to help me? The goddess's voice was so bleak. The elk also rubbed his head against Thea's calf. His intention to please her was obvious. Poor. You don't have anything? You want me to help you with just your mouth? Thea wanted to refuse, but she still had a little conscience. She did take a lot of benefits last time. Now that the goddess seemed to be in a miserable state, she should help her if she could. She nodded carelessly. Your generosity is enough to light up this dark night. I'm willing to help you. Although the goddess's face could not be seen clearly, he could feel that she was relieved. I had already accepted the fate of certain death, but your night dance last night gave me a new lease of life. First, I have to express my gratitude to you. Last night's dance. Thea did not know what to feel at the moment. I just danced and the goddess came back to life. Ascension to godhood was fast, but it also died fast. It was like a joke. Did he just dance and bring back the night goddess who was about to die? Looking at the goddess's situation, she was even more determined to walk the path of ascension by strength. Ascension by faith was too dependent on the external environment. The goddess did not seem to have much time. She did not give Thea much time to think. After seeing your dance, the surrounding villagers have a certain level of faith. Thea guessed some possibilities and quickly interrupted her. Your Majesty, I can't change the timeline. If I preach in this era, I'm afraid, don't worry. I won't fall that easily. I can still hold on for a few hundred years. I just want to ask, are you willing to go back to your era and help me spread some faith? This. Thea pondered for a moment. It was not difficult. Although faith could not be completely relied on, it was always good to have some. The faith of all living beings could, to a certain extent, turn misfortunes into blessings. When Thea's statue was placed on Paradise Island, she had considered this problem. Absorbing a small amount of faith was like carrying a good luck charm with her. It would not destroy her foundation. When the goddess's faith was sufficient, even her chosen would benefit. It seemed that she should agree. Chapter 234. Thea thought for a while and asked, Your Majesty, is there a requirement for the spread of the faith? So, you agree? The goddess was obviously happy. Even Thea could feel the excitement of seeing a glimmer of hope in the face of certain death. Of course, the wider the better. Why? Is there a problem? The goddess saw Thea's troubled expression and asked with concern. Of course, there was a problem. A big problem. Europe and America were now the territory of Christianity. Thea did not understand how the God that the people of Europe and America talked about had anything to do with the supreme God who created the DC world. However, the fact that God did not send Europe and America to the bottom of the sea out of anger just because the people talked about him was very telling. Although his vision had long gone beyond the level of mortals like the power of faith, would him spreading the faith of the goddess of the night in his own territory sink the land? Even if all the gods and kings in this world were combined, they would not be able to match his finger. Thea was troubled. It was obvious that Artemis did not know about the existence of God. As a god, how did Thea know? There was no way to explain it. Your Majesty, have you considered the unity of the 12 Olympians? Thea thought for a while and finally found an excuse. Yes, back then, a bunch of Olympians agreed to die with a smile. Now, you want to come back to life. What is the meaning of this? Are the remaining 11 gods going to the astral realm to play football? Gods were no different from ordinary people when faced with a life-and-death situation. We are a happy family. We are all brothers and sisters. That was all nonsense. The 12 of them had done a lot of things to sabotage each other over the countless years. Now, all 11 of them are going to die. You, Artemis, have found a fool to help you collect faith. You have an extra breath compared to the other gods. How can this be? Why don't you take us with you? Otherwise, you will die with us. The shadow of the moon goddess also realized what Thea was implying. She paced back and forth on the spot. After thinking for a long time, she finally made up her mind. What you said makes sense. You can't publicize it on a large scale. You can do some work on a small scale. Now that I've officially awakened, you can't take my divine name anymore. To make it up to you, I'll give you a small privilege. The goddess pointed a finger at Thea, and a transparent light connected the two of them. The light was very faint, and it only lasted for a short time. She was not the one who had asked for this title in the first place. Thea had not wanted it for a long time. In the eyes of the people on Paradise Island, it was an honor, but in her eyes, it was nothing. Now that she could return it and get some special privileges, it seemed like a good thing. However, when she touched her body, she did not feel any enhancement. Seeing her doubts, the goddess said, In the future, under the night sky, as long as someone calls your name within a certain range, you will automatically be able to hear the following 5 words. Of course, as your divine power increases, this range will also increase. At first, It sounded like this ability was useless. However, Thea suddenly realized that this was the real horror of the gods. They would know when you mentioned their name. Her ability was obviously a weaker version. There was a limit to the range and time, but it was really useful. The only thing Thea could think of in a short time was to find out who was badmouthing her after she took control of the company. Then, she would send that person to Siberia. However, she soon understood the goddess' intention. She was secretly spreading her faith on behalf of the goddess. She was the goddess representative. Wasn't the best way to express her dissatisfaction with the goddess by badmouthing her? So that was what the goddess was thinking. Thea now had a clear understanding of the gods' farsightedness. However, spreading the faith required some work. Thea would not dare to spread it in Europe and America even if she had 3 guts. The people of the Arab world were tough. The Crusaders had fought for hundreds of years in the East, but they had not succeeded. She had no chance. After thinking about it, she decided to spread her faith in Africa in the name of the Quinn Group's poverty alleviation. However, why did it feel like she was going to have to face the Egyptian gods again? The matter of her faith was not urgent. If she could not go back, everything would be empty talk. Your Majesty, I will do my best to spread your faith. But about me going back? The goddess seemed to know what she was implying. She smiled brightly and said, Ours' strength is enough. Look at you, you want to join the battle too? Are you also interested in Ours' divinity of war? Go if you want to. The gods are all focused there. Ours' avatar is destined to fall today, and his main body's line of sight has been blocked by the gods. You can fight without holding back, and it won't affect the timeline. Oh, that's great. Thea was originally a little worried about Diana fighting alone. Now that she heard that it would not affect the timeline, she was instantly in high spirits. Then, Your Majesty, I will join the battle. Go, my chosen one. I will pay attention to you in the divine kingdom. Thea exited the goddess high-dimensional space with ease. Time passed slowly, and soon it was night. The surrounding environment was shrouded in darkness. Not far away, there were bursts of singing and dancing in the castle. Thea took off her cowboy clothes and changed into the Amazon armor. She was ready to participate in the battle tonight as a female warrior. She took out the silver moon bow. From time to time, moonlight sprinkled on the bow. Thea felt the silence of the night sky and adjusted her state. She wanted to face Ars in her strongest state. There was a commotion in the castle. A cannonball suddenly flew out of the barrel and flew towards the village where Thea and the others were staying. Originally, Thea was hesitating whether or not to intercept the cannonball. However, after talking to the goddess, she changed her mind slightly. According to the goddess, these villagers had a certain amount of faith because of her and Diana's night dance. Presumably, the goddess would save them. This was spiritual food that could allow her to persist until she returned to the original timeline. No matter how cold she would not joke about her own life, right? As for those who did not believe in the goddess, Thea could only helplessly say that this was fate. They did not have the ability and courage to change themselves. They were destined to die here today. This involved a huge problem of the timeline. The villagers who believed in the goddess were lucky. With the goddess resisting the changes in time, Thea's small arms and legs could not save the rest. Especially when she knew that the eyes of the gods were here. She immediately realized that the water was too deep. As a person from the future, it was better for her not to participate. Da the sound of horse hooves sounded in the quiet night sky. Diana took off her disguise and rode a tall horse to the edge of the village. Facing the yellow poisonous fog, she ran into it without hesitation. Chapter 235. Diana went back and forth between the yellow poisonous gas. Everywhere she looked, there were villagers prostrating on the ground. Regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young, noble or lowly, they all fell without exception on the land that raised them. Was all of this inevitable? Why didn't you stop it? Diana walked to the central square and found a figure standing there. She was overjoyed, but when she got closer, she found that it was Thea who was silently watching her. She could not help but ask loudly. Thea had been observing from a distance with the eye of Horus. She thought that Captain Steve would try to persuade Diana, but she found that the patriotic young man did not follow Diana at all. Sia knew that her unremitting efforts had tarnished Steve's reputation. The friendship between the two of them was only at the level of nodding at each other when they met. It was impossible to expect him to persuade Diana because of their friendship. I still changed history. Thea could not tell if she was happy or annoyed, but when she saw Diana pacing back and forth in the ruins, she knew that she had to take the blame. She calmly walked into the miasma. As the air became thinner, the concentration of the miasma dissipated. Thea had eaten the fruit given by the swamp monster. Although she was not immune to poison, her own poison resistance was also very high. With the addition of the physique of the Chosen, the reduced concentration of the miasma could not do anything to her. Now, facing Diana's question, she could only express her opinion with silence. You could have stopped it. Diana saw that Thea did not speak. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She threw a punch. Thea now knew that she had to face her anger. Steve in the original space-time might have been beaten up, but Diana must have considered his small physique and let him go. Now that the role was switched to Thea, it was not so good. Thea also wanted to see how powerful Diana was after she left Paradise Island. Being a punching bag without fighting back would definitely be better. Movies and TV dramas were filled with such scenes, but Diana was too strong. There might be a few powerful beings in the multiverse who would stand still and not retaliate, but Thea's name was definitely not among them, at least not now. Before she entered the poisonous fog, she had already cast a bunch of strengthening spells on herself. She now had strength, speed, and endurance. Afraid that it was not enough, she also equipped her right arm with a mechanical arm. Now, facing Diana's hateful punch, she did not hold back at all. With a muffled bang, the air where the two of them collided was compressed by a powerful force. Even the poisonous fog was blown away a little. Diana only took 2 steps back, while Sia was sent flying more than 3 meters away. She did a light somersault in the air, and when she landed on the ground, the silver moon longbow was already in her hand. From afar, she shot an arrow shrouded in black fog. You missed. Diana blocked the arrow with her wrist guard. How could that be, my knight? Thea replied with a sweet smile. Before she finished speaking, a cloud of black fog shrouded Diana. Is it the dark fog spell again? It didn't work on me on Paradise Island. Have you forgotten? Diana was not affected by the black fog at all. When she saw Thea taking out her divine bow, she also drew her sword and shield, ready to face the arrows that were coming. Thea did not continue shooting. Instead, she drew a beautiful incantation in the air with her right hand and cast a second stage spell that she had invented herself. Black Fog Immobilization. This spell used the original black fog to form a new spell structure. It almost caused Olivier to have a nervous breakdown on Purgatory Island. Now that she had the Constantine family's notebook and the Chosen One's buff at night, the spell's power had increased by 30%. Even with Diana's divine body, she was still trapped for a second. Impressive spell, but that's all there is to it. Although Diana herself was a demigod on the warrior side, the two had sparred many times, so she understood the principle of Sia's spellcasting. Now that she saw that Sia was no longer shooting arrows, she immediately realized that it was a mistake to stay in the black fog. She stomped on the ground fiercely, leaped up, and rushed out of the black fog, trying to regain her familiar combat rhythm. Sigh. I've told you before, when you can't turn around in the air, jumping high like this is very stupid. Sia teased. She knew where she was going to land and avoided her attack range. Let me show you the results of my recent research. Stage 3, Black Fog Shadow Imitation. Thea's right hand kept aiming at Diana, who was in the air. She drew a series of incantations, and a dark fog formed on Diana's body. What is this? Diana landed on the ground and did not attack. It was as if the two of them had returned to the carefree days on Paradise Island. This is a third-stage spell created by combining my talents and the Chosen One's data. Come on, my dear. Give it a try. There was no way Sia would tell Diana that this trick was based on Moonlight Moria's shadow fruit. Diana's body was constantly emitting black gas, and the black gas merged with the shadow on the ground. In less than a second, a dark shadow of a girl holding a sword and a shield stood in front of Diana. Her face could not be seen clearly. Diana was shocked to see a shadow that resembled her standing in front of her, but she quickly calmed down. She raised the shield in her hand and prepared to face the next attack. Thea ordered in her mind. The shadow used the same martial arts as Diana and slashed at her. Is this thing really my shadow? As the battle dragged on, Diana gradually calmed down. She also knew that she could not blame Sia for these things that were destined to happen. It was just that she was now at a disadvantage, and the pride of a young girl made her not want to admit her mistake first. Thea had only researched this spell for a few days. She thought that she would not have the chance to test it out. However, Diana stayed in the dark fog and did not leave. That gave her the chance to continue. Of course, with the power of the goddess of the hunter, the dark fog extracted the divine power in your body and mixed it with my magic power. Then, I separated your shadow into this person with the same skill as you. How about it? How good is it compared to you? Thea carefully observed the spell's effect while she did not stop attacking. She used the shadow to block Diana. Her magic and archery skills were combined. All kinds of magic arrows, fire arrows, wind arrows, and light arrows were shot at Diana. Diana was a little speechless. She did not want to take Thea's magic arrows head-on. She tried several times to bypass the shadow to find the real Thea. However, the shadow's skill was exactly the same as hers. Both of them clashed with the shield, and there was no clear winner. Moreover, the shadow had extracted her divine power. After more than 30 moves, Diana still could not defeat the imposter. What an exciting battle. Diana from Paradise Island, and this must be the chosen of Artemis. I wonder if the two of you can stop for a while. Just when Diana had the upper hand and the shadow was about to lose, a lame old man walked out of the poisonous fog. Chapter 236. Ars. Damn it. Why did he jump out in advance? Thea's magic power was somewhat depleted at this time. She cancelled Diana's shadow and returned a part of her divine power and her own magic power. Seeing that he did not intend to attack immediately, Thea quickly ran to Diana's side. The two had no conflict, it was just that Diana threw a little tantrum. Now that the enemy was in front of them, it was most reassuring to be by the side of DC's #1 defense warrior. How did he get in? Diana naturally would not draw her sword against Sia. The two of them really had a tacit understanding of quarreling at the head of the bed. Now that she saw Ars staggering in, she was a little dumbfounded. Although the poisonous fog that shrouded the village had dissipated a little because of the battle between the two, at most, the color had changed from dark yellow to light yellow. How did such a lame old man come in? Thea was also thinking, did he not want to pretend anymore? He just swaggered in. Why did he pretend to be a lame man when he could walk in? Was he too immersed in the act? In fact, since the gods blocked the vision of his body, it did not matter what Thea said. But when she thought of the universal truth that villains died because they talked too much, she swallowed the truth back. Ars was still pretending to be a lame man. Was he going to use his mouth to escape? Since he wanted to say it, she would let him say it. It was a good opportunity to recover the magic power that she had consumed. The shadow imitation spell consumed a lot of magic power. Thea did not speak at that moment. She just clenched the bow tightly and pretended to be nervous. Unbeknownst to Ars, Sia's pretense had stunned Ars. He did not pay any attention to Sia at first, but the brief fight between the two had attracted his attention. Combining the various traces on the scene, he had also analyzed the situation to the best of his ability. This guy who followed Diana was not a nobody, especially when he saw the scene of Thea and Diana punching each other. This new guy could actually block Diana's angry attack. His strength was far beyond the limits of ordinary people and Amazons. Although he was still a lot weaker than her, he was definitely a powerful combat force at the level of ordinary people. Especially when he saw the silver moon longbow in Thea's hand, Ars instantly determined that Thea was a chosen. The chosen was not an ordinary person. Even in the era when the gods were alive and kicking, the most basic requirement for each chosen was to be recognized as a hero by the tribes. Only the most outstanding humans were qualified to compete for the position of chosen. Young ladies, I'm your friend, Sir Patrick Morgan. We met in London. Although Ars thought highly of Thea, the arrogance of a god still placed his attention on Diana. He smiled and took off his hat in a very gentlemanly manner. You're not a mortal. Could it be that you are ours? You have always been by our side. Diana's intelligence was very high. Coupled with Thea's expression, the conclusion was obvious. It would be strange if she could not see it. You killed all the villagers here. Diana finally found an outlet to vent her anger. The divine power in her body surged, and an amazing momentum pressed on Ars. Was this the legendary explosive power? Although Diana's main target was Ars, the aftermath of the momentum still caused an impact in all directions. Thea quickly instantaneously cast an air shield to block most of the aftermath. The rest was blocked by her body. She forced herself to stand still and did not embarrass herself. She almost made a fool of herself. Ars, who was facing the momentum, was also a little caught off guard. His hat was instantly blown away. However, as a veteran god of war, Ars's illustrious reputation was not just for show. Even though his main body was now in hibernation, and the one that came before the two girls was only an insignificant avatar, his power did not diminish in the slightest. His ruthless eyes flashed with a fierce light, and his feet were firmly nailed to the ground, forcefully enduring this wave of pressure. Now, everyone knew that there was something wrong with him. Ars also threw away his hypocritical face. His waist was no longer bent, and his legs were no longer limping. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he stood on the ground like a javelin. His short stature was like a monument standing on the ground. Extraordinary courage. Thea admitted that she did not see through his real strength when she was in London. She had greatly underestimated his strength. He had a total of 7 layers of disguise. Every time she looked deeper, she would think that she had understood his true strength. In fact, it was all a disguise. Thea had seen the 4th or 5th layer of disguise. It was not far from Ars's true strength. But this was exciting. Although she did not have the amazing magic power that she had when she fought Horus, she was not alone now. With Diana around, all he had to do was to happily deal damage. Thea took out the skateboard that she always carried with her and deatomized. She flew up and hovered 3 meters in the air. She drew her bow and aimed at Ars from afar. She could fly with her own magic power, but it took a lot of effort. In terms of speed, flexibility, and other aspects, her flying ability was not as good as the skateboard. Hey! Ars's eyes were sharp. He immediately analyzed a lot of things from Thea. He saw the original mechanical arm. The whole arm was shining with silver light, and there was no magic fluctuation. At first, he thought that it was some kind of female accessory. There were women in the Eastern world who wore a lot of gold rings around their necks. He thought that Thea was wearing some kind of custom and did not pay much attention to it. But now, Thea's skateboard surprised him. As an existence who had been in human society for so many years, he knew whether human technology could fly or not. This skateboard had no wings and no fuel. If you told Ars that this thing was invented by the humans of this era, he would have to believe it. An answer came to his mind. Ars turned his head and looked at Thea in the sky. Chosen one of Artemis, are you from the future? Thea waited for Diana to start the fight. She did not bother to talk nonsense with him. She neither nodded nor shook her head. Amazon from the future. If that's the case. Ars looked at Diana from time to time. So I will definitely win today. You came from the future to stop today's development. The more Ars said, the more he felt that he was right. This was the only way to explain Thea's appearance here. It seemed that fate was on his side. He could win this round. He did not hide his words from the two of them. He said it frankly, but he did not mean to put psychological pressure on them. Diana was fooled. She looked at Thea anxiously. I was just passing by. Thea explained embarrassedly, but the two did not believe her at all. To be honest, she admired the way the god of war's brain worked. How did he deduce that she could win? However, after thinking about it carefully, Ars' analysis did make some sense. How did she come here? There were so many tricks of the gods that Thea was not sure if she was just passing by. Chapter 237. Diana, my sister, have you seen it? Fate has shown that you will fail today. Why don't you join hands with me? With our strength, we can change this dark world. Isn't this your dream? Ars was confident. Originally, he had a 60% chance of winning today's duel, but after he understood Thea's purpose, his confidence soared to 90%. I am not your sister. Perhaps humans have all kinds of imperfections, and the greed of those in power is not worthy of my help. Diana's words brought a hint of joy to the corner of Ars's eyes, but her next words made Ars's face darken. But I am Diana. I have received the blessings of the gods, and my mission is to protect humans. Although I have not found my true nature, this is what my mother and everyone expect of me, Diana said as she looked at Thea. Their eyes met in the air, and they both understood each other's intentions. I will not let them down. For the sake of the innocent people in this war, evil god, today is the day you die. After saying that, Diana stomped hard on the ground and rushed towards Ars at full speed. Thea also activated her chosen talent, Eternal Night. The night sky, which was already dark, was now even darker. A cloud of extremely pure shadow energy turned into thick ink that adhered to Ars' body and began to madly erode his divine power. The divine power on his body flickered rapidly. Although the situation was finally stabilized, the light of the divine power was inevitably dimmed by a few degrees. What a strange talent. Ars was a little depressed. He was also one of the gods, and he also had his own chosen. The chosen of the human powerhouses had all kinds of talents. He originally thought that Thea was the chosen of Artemis, and her talent was most likely to be archery or hunting. He did not expect her to be this kind of talent that reduced her power. Especially when he saw that Diana and Thea's divine power had increased greatly, and his own had decreased slightly. Thinking about the teachings of Artemis, he finally figured out the mechanism of this talent. This was a magical enchantment that discriminated against men. All the men in the area were weakened, and the women were strengthened. Thea was proud and was about to brag when she suddenly realized a serious problem. She almost bit her tongue. Diana's speed increased by 30%. She was like a tiger coming down the mountain, and she came in front of Ars and slashed down with her sword. Sister, that sword is a fake. Is it too late for me to tell you now? Thea looked at the blade getting closer and closer to Ars's head, and she was cursing Hippolyte in her heart. This old woman is too deceitful. Fortunately, things did not go as she expected. Ars was affected by her strange enchantment. Although he relied on his divine power to resist part of the debuff, his own strength was still reduced by 15%. On the other hand, Diana's strength increased by 30%. With one buff and one debuff, the strength of the two was instantly equalized. Ars's original 90% chance of winning was reduced to 60%. In the face of Diana's aggressive attack, he did not dare to take it head-on. His shoulders and legs did not move, and he stepped back 3 meters as if someone was dragging him from behind. He dodged the sword that could have turned the tide of the battle. Thea wanted to remind Diana that there was something wrong with the Godslayer. But now that Ars did not take it head-on and chose to dodge, she swallowed the words that were at the tip of her tongue. Ars was the real god of war, and his vision must be much higher than hers. She thought that there was something wrong with the sword, but she relied on the judgment made by the prophet of the plot. If the plot was different from reality, she would have made a mistake by asking Diana to throw away the real Godslayer. But she did not have time to think about it. Diana and Ars had already started to fight, and Thea could only support her with various magic arrows. In less than 3 minutes of the battle, Ars felt deeply frustrated. It was not that he was not strong enough, but that the two women in front of him cooperated too well and complemented each other very well. Just as he was about to rise into the air to fight, Thea pulled him back with a gravity spell, and Diana followed up with a shield bash. He wanted to control the surrounding buildings to drown the two of them, but Thea's continuous magic arrows interrupted his guidance, and he could not cast any spells at all. After dodging several attacks from Diana's shining sword, he took a break and prepared to summon a warrior from the god's kingdom to help. Although he knew that it was best to summon a female warrior in this damn enchantment, the god of war was also a discriminatory clergy, and female warriors under him were as rare as pandas. He had no choice but to find a male warrior, and he did not expect him to be of much use, as long as he could delay Thea. But unfortunately, Thea had been reading the magic books of the Constantine family recently, and almost half of the book was written about summoning and anti-summoning magic. Seeing that Ars had the intention to summon, Thea did not hesitate and cast a banishment spell, and the poor male warrior was beaten back just as he took a step forward. Ouch, damn it. Ars was annoyed. He was the god of war, not a mage god. Although he knew a few high-end spells by analogy, Diana was pressing him step by step, and did not give him any time to cast them. He had time to cast low-level spells, but his vision was too high, and he did not know many of them. The few spells that he did know were either destroyed or interrupted by Thea, and he was now in a difficult situation. Thea's interruption was very successful, but her output was also very strong. With the help of the artifact longbow, she constantly shot arrows full of dark and light energy at Ars, and with the excellent maneuverability of the skateboard, she constantly cruised around Ars. Many arrows were shot at tricky angles, and Ars could only take them head-on. Magic arrows were different from traditional arrows, and magic arrows would turn into pure energy and enter the target's body when they hit the target. Thea's elemental energy was very pure, and there were light, dark, fire, and wind. Several types of energy were constantly gathering in Ars' body, and from time to time, there were a few small explosions. Ars' divine power was inevitably not working well, and the result was that Diana hit his shield a few more times. As the god of war, Ars was very experienced, and he could estimate that the consumption of his divine power was much greater than the other two. He knew that if this continued, he would be beaten to death. He pointed at Sia from afar, and a green wave of light flew out. What was this? Thea only felt that the energy in the green light was violent and determined, and it did not look like a natural spell. She did not dare to take it head-on, and she dodged far away with the excellent maneuverability of the skateboard. Ars took advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and punched Diana with all his might. It's time to show you the difference between gods and you. Chapter 238. Ars had completely shed his mortal disguise. Armors, gauntlets, and even a horned helmet were put on. The hypocritical Sir Cripple had completely disappeared and was replaced by the god of war, who symbolized attack and slaughter. Countless images of war appeared around him. There was the Battle of Hot Spring Gate, the war between Saladin and the Christians, and the First World War in human history. Countless heroes were attracted by war and went to the battlefield. Some gained glory, but more lost their lives. Thea's eyes could not help but be attracted by the various illusions. Fortunately, she was now on the path of a god. The power of the priesthood of war was not directed at anyone. She shook her head and stopped looking at the illusions. This guy is quite powerful. Thea was shocked by Ars's invisible and amazing aura. Fortunately, her vision was broadened and she quickly regained her fighting spirit. She turned to look at Diana. In terms of the level of life, Diana was indeed much stronger than Thea. Although she was also frightened by the pressure of the priesthood, she quickly returned to normal. Do you think this is my real power? You are wrong. Haha. Ars laughed wildly. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, and finally 7 Rs in full armor. Each of them was armed with a sword, a giant axe, and a warhammer. That Amazon over there, do you have any way to counter it? This is the power of a god. Put away your ridiculous spell. Haha. It could be heard that Ars had a very bad impression of Sia. He had even cast aside the main character, Diana, and mocked Sia first. Oh my god. Thea was no longer the girl in Star City who was in the late stages of persecutory paranoia. As her strength grew, so did her temper. The Ars in front of her was relying on the priesthood of war to suppress the two girls. After all, he did not come in his true form. His strength was far inferior to Horus. What's so great about divine power? Thea muttered in a low voice. I have it too. Channeling the divine power in his body to the eye of Horus, the power of the eagle god was unleashed. Everything in the universe was clear at a glance, and a mysterious divine light swept across the group of Rs. What? Before Rs could figure out what was going on, he saw his 6 avatars vanish into thin air under the divine light. He was the only one who was still holding his two swords and posing foolishly. This is not the power of the Greek gods. Thea's glance stunned Ars. He had thought that it was a civil war among the Greek gods. He did not expect that Thea had the power of other gods. Although the Egyptian gods were now in conflict with Thea, and their conflicts were gradually increasing, she still had to say that the Egyptian gods were more serious and responsible. Take Horus for example. Every day, he would transform into an eagle and patrol around. When he saw injustice, he would judge it in the name of Ra. They could be regarded as a group of serious and responsible gods. On the other hand, their good neighbor, the Greek pantheon, was completely different. Zeus did not set a good example at all. Every day, he would happily transform into a big black bull and tease girls everywhere. If even the king of gods was like that, the main gods below him would be even more crazy as if they were sheep. Artemis had passed on a lot of knowledge about winemaking to Thea, and it could be seen how unprofessional they were. They had a lot of priesthoods about singing, dancing, eating, drinking, and pleasure. However, they did not have many priesthoods that were related to combat. Ars had defeated a large group of gods by himself. Although it was a sudden attack, it had a lot to do with the fact that the Greek gods were not good at fighting. Now that Sia suddenly glanced at him, his ultimate move was instantly broken. This made the god of war a little unacceptable. These 6 were not illusions, but real clones. The armor and weapons of the clones cost the god of war's own divine power that he had painstakingly accumulated for so many years in the human society. He roughly estimated that the other party was almost unharmed, and his divine power had disappeared out of thin air. Ars was angry. He was not a broad-minded god. Now that Thea had repeatedly offended him, he could no longer hold back. He threw the 2 long swords in his hand to Diana and reluctantly used his divine power to transform the 2 weapons into 2 tall and burly barbarian warriors. He ordered in his heart that he did not want to kill Diana, as long as the 2 barbarian warriors could hold her back for a while. You ant, rejoice. Your lowly life is lucky to be reaped by the god of war himself today. Ars pulled out a blood-red spear from the void and rushed toward Thea in the sky. Oh, F***CK, F***CK, F***CK. I'm OT. Aren't you a sworn enemy of Diana? Why are you looking for me? This is not how the script should be. He looked in the direction of Diana. The 2 barbarian warriors were holding her back, and Diana could not fly at this time. Sia turned around and ran when she saw Ars, whose eyes had turned red. What a joke. She did not have the magic foundation of hundreds of years. She was a fragile archer, and her defense was far inferior to Diana's. How could it be good if she was stabbed by Ars's spear that was glowing fiercely? There was nothing to say. Run. Of course, she did not just run blindly. Thea turned left and right in the air, constantly using the buildings in the village as obstacles in an attempt to slow Ars down. However, Ars had the memory of the original, and his flying ability was perfect. His speed in the air was not inferior to Thea's, and he was even faster. Seeing that kiting was not working well, Thea could only run in the direction of Diana. No matter what, she had to let the defense warrior pull back the aggro. However, Ars saw through her little trick and kept blocking her path. In just 10 seconds, Thea was in danger again and again. The situation was dire, and Thea had to use one of her trump cards. Yinrun's shadow clone landed on the ground and ran away. Just a little trick. Although Ars was not as professional as Horus, as the god of war, he still had the basic ability to break through illusions. He ignored Thea's shadow clone and continued to chase after the original. This was not a little trick. Thea did not expect a single shadow clone to fool a true god. Her goal was to fight 2 against 1. Due to the sudden drop in the original's magic power, the shadow clone's self-awareness had also dropped to the bottom. She did not look as agile as before, but she could skillfully use Thea's various spells. Furthermore, the Eternal Night would also buff her spells. All kinds of weakening spells fell on Thea's head. At the same time, she kept controlling the skateboard to carry her, and at the same time, she turned around and shot Ars with magic arrows. Cat. Diana in the distance seemed to have seen her in a critical situation and threw something from afar. Thea forced Ars back with another explosive arrow. Knowing that Diana would not harm her, she grabbed the item and was dumbfounded when she saw it. Isn't this the Godslayer sword? Diana definitely meant well, but Thea really wanted to grab her neck and ask, is this sword real or fake? Waiting online, it's urgent. Chapter 239. Thea stared at the shiny sword in her hand. She knew that it was useless to complain to Hippolyte because Ars took advantage of the gap when she was holding the sword. The two were too close, and it was too late for her to draw her bow. In the face of Ars's powerful spear, she could only muster up her energy to deal with it. In the blink of an eye, Thea dodged 4 or 5 moves. Ars seemed to be a little puzzled by her dodging and not fighting back. He thought that she was plotting something and did not go all out. However, the difference in the level of martial arts between the two was too big. Ars's god of war was a combination of the essence of countless warriors from ancient and modern times. Even if the factors such as divine power were removed, Thea's short 2 years of learning could not compare to the fusion of countless warriors in terms of pure martial arts. Even if he called the ninja master over to compete with him, he would still lose, let alone see her. Seeing that Thea's move was over, Ars's spear pierced towards her face. In desperation, Thea could only choose to block with her sword. She also made up her mind that if the sword was broken, she would immediately switch positions with the shadow clone on the ground. She did not want to use this move unless it was a last resort. The sacrifice of the shadow clone was not worth mentioning, and it could be summoned with a little stamina. However, without the help of the skateboard, she could not outrun Ars. Clang! The sword and spear collided. Although Thea's strength was suppressed to the extreme, the sword was as good as new. There was no trace of it being broken. Was this the real Godslayer? Thea could not understand the original plot now. Why was it that when Diana used it, it was broken by Ars's hand, but when she used it, it was fine? She did not believe that Thea was the destined protagonist. She only knew that there was an inside story that she did not know. With a nervous heart, she exchanged a few more moves. There was no problem with the sword at all. There was even a faint feeling of joy from the sword. What was going on? Thea had asked Diana before, but she did not feel any emotion from the sword. Although the sword would not break into pieces for a while, Thea could fully display her martial arts skills. However, her skills were still far from Ars's. Even though Ars didn't know whether the sword was real or fake, when he saw that Thea had started to fight back, he knew that he was wrong. Thea didn't have any ulterior motives. Ars threw away all his worries and started to attack Thea quickly. He wanted to send his doppelganger to help Diana deal with the 2 barbarian warriors before coming to her aid. However, Ars's attacks were getting faster and faster. Without the support of her doppelganger, Thea would not be able to last more than 30 moves. Thea barely managed to block Ars's sweep. With the help of her opponent's strength, Thea was finally able to put some distance between them. Fandral. Buy me some time. Thea aimed her right hand at Ars and released the elk from her ring. The elk was also very experienced in combat. She didn't need to say anything. It grew bigger and charged at Ars in an instant. Its sharp antlers pushed against Ars and it ran a few miles away. Thea floated on the ground and faced her doppelganger. She was ready to cast a spell that was far beyond her current ability. Shadow Labyrinth. She began to chant the spell in a low voice, while her doppelganger continued to gather energy and draw magic lines. This spell relied on the talent of the Chosen One, the assistance of the doppelganger and the magic arrow of the divine longbow. Finally, Thea completed the spell when the elk was about to cry out. In order to cast this spell, her magic was almost exhausted. She recalled her doppelganger and finally regained some of her mobility. After attaching the magic to the arrow, he sensed the location of the elk and opened the Eye of Horus. He saw Ars rushing towards him. Then, he arched his body and pointed at the sky, aiming at Ars from a distance and shot the arrow. She had fired the arrow using the light arrow technique. The speed of the arrow was close to the extreme. With the help of the divine power of the Eye of Horus, the arrow pierced straight towards Ars' heart. Ars was a god after all. He had rich experience in fighting enemies. He didn't expect Thea's arrow to be so fast. He only reacted when the arrow was in front of his eyes. The violent friction between the dark energy on the arrow and the air almost brought out lightning. It was obvious how dangerous this arrow was. With countless years of combat intuition, his body instinctively took a step to the side. This magic arrow, which represented Thea's current highest level, pierced through the right side of his chest plate. That's all. Sigh, what is this? Ars was actually severely injured, but his pride did not allow him to be defeated by mortals. Even if he was defeated, he did not want to lose and continued to roar. But before he could finish his sentence, he saw a ball of dark shadow energy wrapping around him in the opposite direction, as if trying to drag him somewhere. This was a high-level spell. Although Ars had never seen this spell, he could still judge the level of the energy. This thing definitely didn't suck him in to treat him to a meal. He began to struggle. If he was in perfect condition, even this level of spell wouldn't be able to do anything to him. There was a natural gap between gods and humans. But now he was just a clone. His divine power had no source. Every time he used it, it would be depleted. After being suppressed by Thea's talent and being tortured by her back and forth several times, 20% of his divine power had been consumed. Considering that he still had to deal with Diana, who was almost in perfect condition, Ars hesitated. The elk had fought with the goddess for many years. He had rich combat experience, or rather, he was very cunning. Seeing Ars's hesitation, the elk ran a few steps and pushed him in under Ars's furious gaze. Go support Diana. Thea ordered the elk in her mind. She was slowly recovering her magic power. Ars was only temporarily trapped. With his ability, there was no doubt that he could get out of the shadow labyrinth. It was just a matter of time. Diana would have to be the main force in the upcoming battle. Diana was anxious at first. She didn't realize it before, but when the situation became critical, she realized her own shortcomings. First of all, she couldn't fly, so she was entangled by the two musclemen. Second, she didn't have any powerful moves. Although her shield had swollen the two barbarian warriors' faces, the actual effect was not great. Now with the help of the elk, he quickly got out of the predicament. He took out the lasso of truth and threw the two people on the ground with all his strength until they turned into white smoke and disappeared. He felt that he had vented his anger. Thinking of Sia, he hurriedly ran to her side. Are you okay? Seeing that Diana didn't ask Ars but asked her first, Thea was happy. What did this mean? It meant that the strategy was successful. But she also knew that now was not the time to joke. Ars could come out at any time. Thea wanted to return the Godslayer to Diana, but she didn't expect Diana to wave her hand. The Godslayer wanted me to throw it to you. It chose you. You are its real master. Chapter 240. What? The fake sword has recognized me as its master. Thea scrutinized the sword that was still emitting a golden glow. She did not know how powerful the sword was, but its appearance was definitely top-notch. Seeing that Thea was observing the sword, Diana was reminded of Ars. She nudged her with her elbow and asked, Hey, where is Ars? Wasn't this supposed to be a fated battle? I've waited for 5,000 years to deal with him, and all I did was hit two muscleheads. I didn't even hit him twice, and he's gone. He's trapped by my spell. With his ability, he will definitely come out. However, the flow of time is different inside and outside, and You're dead meat. Before she could finish her sentence, a blood-red halo flashed past, and Ars jumped out with two big swords in his hand. Thea had the chosen one talent that prevented her from being ambushed in the dark. She had been guarding against Ars for a long time, so she jumped away without hesitation. Diana was furious, and when she saw Ars jump out, she swung her shield at him without hesitation. Bam! A muffled sound rang out as Ars was sent flying for more than 5 meters. Heh! Thea, who had been chased by Ars for more than 10 minutes, had the right to comment on Ars's strength. This guy seemed to have weakened a lot. However, before she could think about it, a dark grey minotaur in leather armor jumped out of the red halo with a big axe in its hand. Minotaur, quick, attack the one that can fly with me. Ars ignored Diana as usual, and was ready to kill Thea first. Just as Thea was about to jump into the air to avoid the attack, She heard the Minotaur whisper in a voice that did not match his image. "Why? Won't our mission be completed if we send you out of the maze?" "Hey!" When the Minotaur opened its mouth, its voice was weak. Thea then realized that the Minotaur was actually a cow. It seemed that Ars had spent a lot of effort to deal with her, but it seemed that this creature was not on the same side as Ars. Sure enough, Ars almost fainted when he heard Cow's words. His current appearance was far from good. His helmet was gone, and burn marks could be seen on the left side of his face. The armor on his body was also severely damaged. The damage caused by the maze spell was much greater than Thea had imagined. Originally, this spell required the mage to construct a maze with their own magic power. The higher the mage's intelligence and magic power, the larger the maze. The spell that Thea had passed down was more of a divine spell than a spell. She didn't have to worry about the construction of the labyrinth, the most crucial part of the spell. The goddess had already built it. Of course, this maze was not built solely for Thea. It was a maze shared by all the chosen and high-grade priests. Since it was built by the goddess herself, it fully embodied the characteristics of several divine powers. Big, wide, deep. The goddess was quite nice to the believers under her care. Whenever there was an enemy that the believers could not defeat, they could throw them in. After that, the goddess would suck the enemy into her divine kingdom and deal with them personally. Artemis was the goddess of the hunt. With the restless nature of the Greek gods, she often wandered in the multiverse. Whenever she saw a small animal with a strange skeleton, she would throw it into the dimension and slowly train it when she had time. For the goddess in her prime, small animals were definitely not little rabbits or kittens. However, this goddess was a little forgetful, and the twilight of the gods came a little too quickly. The powerful monsters in the dimension were not cleaned up by anyone, and they multiplied automatically. When Comrade Ars was pulled into the maze, he happened to encounter 3 small animals. They were 3 black dragons that were known for their bad tempers. Their leader, Daddy Dragon, was at least 100 meters long. Daddy Dragon was in the cave teaching young Master Dragon how to hunt. A cloud of black fog flashed, and Ars was thrown out with a spear. Daddy Dragon did not even see the appearance of the person who came, and he spat out a mouthful of fire. Mommy Dragon and young Master Dragon followed closely behind, and they greeted Ars with their claws and fangs. Poor old cripple Comrade Ars. Thea had just pierced a big hole in his chest, and then he was sucked into this damned dimension. The dimension passage had not been repaired for a long time, and he was thrown out while stumbling. Then, he encountered a family of 3 who took advantage of the situation to rob him. Ars was enraged. A tiger that fell from the sky would be bullied by dogs. He did not have time to repair his body, so he threw away the spear and swapped it for 2 big swords. He slashed left and right, and fought a bloody battle with the family of 3. After leaving Thea's discriminating barrier, Ars recovered some of his strength. With the help of his superb martial arts and divine power, he finally cut the family of 3 into 18 pieces at the cost of minor injuries. He did not know whether these evil dragons were Thea, but at least he had vented his anger. When he looked around, he realized that he didn't know where he was. Although he had the memories of the god of war's original body, his original body was a pure warrior god. The few high-end spells that he knew in the later stages were only things like earthquakes and meteorites. His original body didn't care for such a labyrinthine spell. It was also the first time that he had seen such a labyrinthine spell. Silently, he used his divine power to heal the damage on his body. After checking his body, he felt a little bitter. He only had 60% of his divine power left. When he cut down a school of flying fish and a lion as big as a mountain, he finally understood the principle of the spell. Isn't it just a maze? What's so great about it? He did not know that the vision of his original body was blocked by the gods. He tried to contact his original body several times, but there was no response. Helplessly, he could only use his own divine power to summon the descendants of Minos from the holy kingdom of Hades, who was on good terms with him and was excluded from the position of the 12 main gods. He used their racial talents to escape from the maze. In order to teach Thea an unforgettable lesson, he specially chose a cow. However, he guessed the beginning correctly, but not the ending. This cow looked honest, but he did not expect her to be an idiot. Her intention to refuse to participate in the battle was obvious. How dare you betray me? Ars did not have a good day today. Now he felt that his eyes were about to explode. It was all because of these guys. The heifer rolled its eyes nonchalantly and ignored Ars with its axe on its shoulder. Although Ars was angry, he really did not have the means to restrain the little cow. The little cow's boss was Hades, and she was only following him to help. After defeating Diana with difficulty, he was now covered by Thea's enchantment again. His strength was less than half of what it was at the beginning. He originally had a good chance of winning the battle, but in the end, he spent all his divine power inexplicably. Now he could not defeat Diana with his own strength, so he could only use his rich combat skills to stabilize the situation. Ars thought left and right. This swaying little cow was his only way to win. He dodged Thea's magic arrow and used his skillful combat skills to throw Diana far away. He stood still for a few seconds. When he regained consciousness, a golden contract appeared in his hand. He waved it at the little cow. The contract of Hades. As long as you help me defeat them, you will be completely free. Chapter 241. Heifer pondered for a few seconds and nodded happily. Okay, I agree. As soon as she finished speaking, the golden contract in Ars's hand turned into golden sand and scattered with the wind. You're dead. Ars did not even look at Diana, who was originally arranged to be his lifelong enemy. Instead, he raised his two long swords and rushed towards Thea with a ferocious look on his face. Heifer also had a wicked smile on her face. She carried her axe and joined in the game of chasing after Thea. Thea looked at Ars's scarlet eyes and was full of helplessness. How did things become like this? She did not dare to fight back in the face of the two aggressive people. Ars had indeed consumed half of his divine power, but she had consumed more. She could only use the old method, which was to continue running. In order to take care of Diana, who could not fly yet, Thea chose to fly close to the ground. The scene was extremely ugly for a moment. The four of them were in groups of two and were all moving in a straight line. Thea ran in front and occasionally turned back to shoot a few arrows. Diana ran and blocked all kinds of attacks for her. Ars and Heifer ignored Diana and aimed at Thea. The fight was so ugly that Ars, as the god of war, felt full of shame. He kept scolding Thea and asked her to stop and fight one-on-one with him. How stupid would Thea be to fight one-on-one with him? She acted as if she did not hear him and led this strange team around the village in irregular circles. Inspired by his one-on-one fight, Diana also asked Ars to stop and fight one-on-one with her. She talked about the traditions of the people and the rules of the Battle of Gods. But now that Ars's strength was reduced by half, he was not confident that he could defeat Diana, who did not consume much energy. He could only copy Thea and pretend that he did not hear her. In ancient wars, it was a very shameful thing to attack the opponent's mount. However, in order to catch up with Sia, Ars no longer cared about his reputation as the god of war and attacked her skateboard like a madman. Unfortunately, Sia really worked hard on operating the skateboard. She was sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes high, and sometimes low. She was so agile that Ars's several attacks were in vain. For the sake of his reputation, Ars had to give up attacking the skateboard and continue to chase after Sia. When it circled the village for the 5th time, the little heifer was very happy and laughed happily. What are you laughing about? Are you seriously chasing after her? You should be faster in this damn enchantment. Smoke was coming out of Ars's forehead. Needless to say, he was angry. Now that he saw Heifer being so happy as if she was playing a game, he immediately scolded her. Heifer stared at him with a pair of innocent eyes and attacked Thea twice with her axe. But they were all blocked by the agile Diana. Heifer blinked at Ars, which meant, "Did you see that? I tried my best. I'm only at this level." Her perfunctory attitude made Ars feel dizzy. Fortunately, he still remembered that she was his helper. Otherwise, with his usual temper, he would have killed her. Thea naturally saw Heifer's passive attitude. She silently cast a spell on the arrow. Thea shouted, "Diana, get out of the way." In the blink of an eye, Sia shot an earthy yellow magic arrow at the ground, creating a huge pit in the path that Roland had to pass through. Diana got the hint and dodged it with a big jump. Ars was an experienced fighter. Plus, he knew a few of Thea's attack methods. When he saw her shooting the arrow to the ground, he flew up without hesitation. There was a loud splash. "Oh no! I fell into the pit. I can't get out. Lord Ars, I've let you down." Heifer jumped into the pit in an exaggerated manner and exchanged a knowing look with Sia. She then shouted loudly and refused to come out no matter what. Ars could no longer suppress his anger. He scolded them in the divine realm for a long time, but when he realized that they could not understand him, he changed to English. But no matter how harsh his words were, it could not change the fact. Without the heifer's encirclement, Sia released the elk to block his path and successfully stopped him. After that, she ran out of his attack range in a flash. Only Diana, who was also full of anger, was left in front of Ars. Sigh. Sia ran far away and turned back to see that Ars was not chasing after her. She then patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Being chased by a berserk god of war and slashed with all his might would be a terrible thing. Fortunately, she relied on her flexible tactics to get rid of the berserk god of war. But she did not rest too much. Thea knew that Diana was strong enough to defend herself, but she did not have a strong attack method. She wanted to return the Godslayer to her, but the sword's will was so strong that it would not return to Diana's hand. This made Thea more curious about the sword. She estimated that she had recovered about 40% of her magic power during the chase. She summoned her doppelganger again and asked her to provide magic power support. She took out the only 2 crimson arrows of revenge in Zeus' quiver. This arrow had a miraculous effect on sinful women, but it was not impossible to use it as a daily arrow. Artemis' definition of revenge was to be able to fight back no matter how hard the other party hit you. Thea smiled gloomily. "Ars, you son of a bitch. You chased me so hard just now. It's time for you to pay the price." Now the whole arrow was entwined with strong divine power. This was not Thea's divine power. It was formed by Ars' attack after the transformation of the law of revenge. As it came from the same source as Ars' divine power, it also had the attribute of being sure to hit. Thea did not aim and shot into the sky. The arrow automatically turned in the air and shot towards Ars, who was still fighting fiercely with Diana. Divine arrow. Ars's vision was still there. He knew about the 2 arrows of the goddess of the moon. Now that he saw the arrow rushing straight towards him, the characteristics and attributes of the arrow instantly flowed through his mind. Damn it! This was different from the previous magic arrow. His body could not withstand this kind of divine arrow. This arrow could completely kill him. Ars did not expect Thea to have been hiding this arrow. Now the divine power on the arrow was extremely strong, and it shot towards his forehead with a fatal threat. Fortunately, the 2 arrows of Artemis were used too many times, and the gods more or less summed up some countermeasures. Ars no longer hesitated. The moment the arrow was close to his body, he created a clone that occupied 30% of his divine power. The arrow hesitated for a moment. It thought that the main body had the most divine power. It turned a small corner in front of Ars and rushed towards the clone. After the clone had just run 2 steps, the arrow caught up with him. The violent explosion of divine power hit both Diana and Ars. Diana was in a good state. With the shield blocking most of the impact, she paid attention to the enemy as if nothing had happened. Ars's situation was not so good. The explosion happened on his side. He did not have any defensive equipment and his strength was slightly weaker. He was directly blown up. When he climbed out of the pile of dust, he wanted to cry but had no tears. The divine power that he had hidden in human society for many years was now only 15% left. How could he fight? Run. Chapter 242. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Even though Ars was prepared to make a strategic turn, the youngsters had no intention of letting him go. Diana, who had not consumed much energy since the beginning of the battle, caught up with Ars easily. She activated the lasso of truth instantly, wrapped it around Ars's ankle and pulled him back. Now that Ars's divine power was almost at its lowest point, his attributes were suppressed by Diana. He had no energy left to break free from the lasso of truth. He could only use her pulling force to fight back, hoping to repel Diana and increase the distance between them. Bang! Although Ars was mentally prepared, he still felt a deep sense of fear when Diana caught his punch with all his strength. Diana caught Ars's punch with her right hand. The punch made her take a small step back, but she did not lose her footing. Her eyes shone brightly, and the silver bracelet on her arm began to emit streaks of electricity. Ah! At this time, Diana felt that her strength was increasing by the second. The sudden increase in strength needed a vent. Other than Ars, who was in front of her, was there a better punching bag? Who asked you to harm others? Who asked you to start a war? You evil god! Diana held the lasso of truth with one hand, and every time Ars tried to escape, she would catch him back. She clenched her fist with the other hand and punched him in the face. What do you know? I didn't do it. Originally, Ars did not bother to explain, but as the silver bracelet gradually awakened, the divine weapon that had followed Diana for 5,000 years began to show its power. Diana's punches were getting fiercer and fiercer, and her strength was almost endless. Ars could barely resist the first 2 punches, but after that, his counterattacks were simply defeated. Facing the blame that was placed on him for no reason, Ars felt that he could not beat her, but he could not admit defeat. Maybe when he had the upper hand, he could proudly say that all the bad things in the world were done by him. Bite him if you dare. But now that he was beaten like a dead dog, he no longer had the mood to be brave. All he had was a deep sense of unwillingness. Damn it! What does the war between humans have to do with me? In the face of Diana's relentless attacks, Ars felt as if his body was engulfed in flames. There was anger towards his own weakness, as well as anger towards the world for slandering him. He was a high and mighty god, and he did not admit that he had anything to do with all this. I refuse to accept this. I haven't lost yet. Don't even think about humiliating me. Ars's almost depleted divine power miraculously recovered a little because of his violent anger. But everything in the world, how much you gain, you lose. He gained new power, but the price was heavy. He paid for it with his sanity. In the face of Diana's punch, he only slightly avoided his vital parts and completely gave up on defense. He also threw a punch at Diana. Diana had already launched her attack, and it was too late for her to withdraw her attack. Her silver bracelet of shield protection was useless at this moment, and she could only use her divine power to protect her body and take Ars' furious attack head-on. The attacks of the two hit each other at the same time. Ars was strengthened by the silver bracelet of shield, and Diana was getting stronger and stronger. Ars's left half of his body was smashed, and he flew back 100 meters and plunged into the soil. Diana was much better in comparison. Her divine power was more abundant, and although the defense of the armor on her body was not as good as the shield, it was still a divine artifact. Ars's attack was only a minor injury to her, and she stopped after retreating more than 10 meters. But at this time, she did not have a smug expression at all. She was actually injured by Ars, who was tortured by Thea. Unforgivable. At this time, Thea, who was hiding 2 miles away and secretly observing the battle with the Eye of Horus, was surprised to see that Ars was still able to unleash his explosive power. Originally, after shooting the arrow of revenge, she saw Diana's guardian bracelet begin to show its power. She thought that Ars's defeat was in front of her eyes. She didn't expect that this god of war would recall something and miraculously recover a part of his combat power. Sia was so scared that she quickly shrank her neck. Looking at the red light on Ars's forehead, she knew how angry he was. She didn't have any defensive equipment or skills, so she couldn't go up and block the attack. What? You want me to stab him to death? Are you kidding me? Thea certainly would not hide in a daze. She found that the fake sword could communicate with her mind. The sword kept urging her to stab Diana, but when Thea wanted to throw the sword to Diana, it was unwilling, as if Diana was a scourge. This is going to be difficult. Thea could not help but scratch her head. After a simple communication, she roughly understood the purpose of the sword. It was a little unfair to call it a fake sword. It was originally created by the god of fire, Hephaestus. There were 2 swords. One was the fire god's sword that Diana would use in the future, and the other was the fake sword in front of Thea. She did not know what the god of fire had in mind when he created the fake sword, but when he made the sword, he stipulated that the fake sword would fall into the hands of Diana and be destroyed in the battle between the gods. This order was the principle he had when he first created the sword. Although the fake sword had a trace of consciousness after 5,000 years of worship by the female warriors on Paradise Island, it could not resist the original will of the creator. Due to the attention of the gods, it could not tell Diana the truth. It could only choose to die silently. However, Thea's unexpected appearance changed its fate drastically. Ars's fierce attack made Diana anxious, so she threw the fake sword to Thea. So, your original mission is still there. You will be destroyed when you return to Diana. Will you be fine? Thea asked doubtfully. The fake sword did not answer her question. Instead, it kept urging her to stab Ars to death. So urgent. Did Ars kill your entire family? Thea rubbed her chin and thought about the problem of the fake sword. Thea had a 60% chance that the fake sword would change drastically once it killed a god. Should she take the risk? As Ars used his divine power to repair his body again and again, although he still had a little divine power, his spirit was showing signs of fatigue. In the face of Diana's increasingly powerful attacks, the frequency of his counterattacks was getting lower and lower. Again, anger was only temporary. Killing the opponent with anger was the privilege of the protagonist. Unfortunately, Ars was not the protagonist. There seemed to be a chance. Thea cast a lot of protective spells on herself and instructed her clone to continuously attack Ars with magic. She wanted to get closer to the battlefield without attracting too much aggro. Ars glanced at the clone and did not care at all. It was already very difficult for him to deal with Diana. A clone with less than 30% of its usual power was not worth his time. Chapter 243. Seeing that the doppelganger was getting closer and closer to Ars, Thea thought about her plan and felt that it was still not safe. She made a cut on her palm and used her blood to draw a reverse teleportation circle on the spot. This circle was a demonic spell recorded in the Constantine family's magic book. The circle was very complicated and the wound had stopped bleeding halfway. Thea had to make another cut. After making sure that there were no mistakes, she finally started her plan. Following the battle between Diana and Ars, the once peaceful and quiet village was now unrecognizable. The more divine power they used, the more damage they caused to the landscape. The smooth road was now replaced by various potholes. The doppelganger kept moving through the ditches, trying to get closer to Ars. I've seen you sneaking around for a long time. Damn ant, don't think that you can fool the gods with your little trick. Ars' speed suddenly exploded. He shook off Diana, rushed to the front of the avatar, and grabbed the neck collar of the avatar. With a ferocious smile that he had already seen through everything, his gaze crossed the distance and looked at Sia's original body in the distance. But his smile did not last for more than 2 seconds. He felt the doppelganger disappear and was replaced by Thea's real body. Just as a joyful expression appeared on Ars's face, he felt a throbbing that was far beyond his body and soul rushed into his body. You're the one who should die. At this time, Thea had completely let go of her scruples. She held the Godslayer with both hands and used all her strength to stab into Ars's open mouth. After that, she did not dare to look at the result of her battle. She activated the blood teleportation circle and hid in the distance again. Phew! Sia touched her body. Fortunately, she was unscathed. This time, she made use of Ars's arrogance and hatred towards Sia to play the trump card of swapping positions with her original body. With the element of surprise, the plan could be said to be very successful. Only then did she have the leisure to admire the results of her battle. I can still fight. I won't lose. The madness in Ars's eyes had completely disappeared and was replaced by fear and confusion. Ars covered the wound on his mouth as divine power flowed out of his wound and drifted in all directions. I am the god of war. The loss of divine power would not be affected by his will. Ars took one last look at Diana, who had a sympathetic look on her face. Then, his mighty body collapsed. His weapons, armor, and body quickly returned to pure divine power and divinity. Thea observed the scene and pursed her lips. After fighting for so long, this guy was indeed just a clone. There wasn't even a drop of God's blood. After waiting for another half a minute, he realized that Ars had dissipated more than half. It seemed that it was impossible for Ars to jump up and cause trouble for him. Only then did he ride the skateboard closer. Diana looked at her speechlessly. She was really shocked when Thea switched places with her original body. By the time she reacted and wanted to save her, she found that she had teleported away. This kind of escaping speed was also a kind of talent. You won't blame me for killing Ars, right? Thea asked softly. How is that possible? Didn't I give you the God-Slayer? This is your destiny. Diana was puzzled. She did not understand why Thea would ask this. Thea thought about the whole thing and guessed Diana's thoughts. Her thoughts were very simple. She still believed in the story told by her mother. In her mind, the God-Slayer should have such an effect. Thea would naturally have such an ending if she got the sword. Was there any doubt? Thea resisted the urge to tell her how many twists and turns there were, especially when she realized that Ars's divine power had dissipated with the wind. However, the god of war's divinity seemed to be gathered by some kind of force and was waiting for something. The gods are watching. I'd better not tell you the story. It's a bit complicated. You should keep your good impression of Hippolyte. The two women chatted casually. Thea waited quietly for the distribution of Ars's divinity. In the original timeline, Diana should have absorbed all the divinity. However, with Thea's interference, things were a little different. Although Thea and Diana were close friends, she did not think it was a good idea to give the divinity to Diana because she did not lack divinity. If Diana's total divinity was calculated by 1,000, she did not even have 200 divinity. It was meaningless to raise her upper limit. On the other hand, if the divinity was given to Thea, her upper limit would be raised from 50 to 150. The effect was obvious. However, she also knew that she was first and foremost an outsider, while Diana was her biological daughter. The difference between them was huge. It was impossible for her to say that she had contributed a lot, so she should be given more. In order to fight for more benefits, she took out Zeus's lightning arrow. On one hand, she wanted to see how it was charging. On the other hand, she wanted to show it to the gods who were watching. I have the arrow given to me by my boss. We're all on the same side. Since we're on the same side, shouldn't you at least show some appreciation? She did not know if the gods in heaven pitied her or if her actions worked. The power that originally bound the divinity disappeared. The divinity was divided into two and directly entered the two women's bodies. Traces of light entered Sia's body. It could be said that this was the first time she had absorbed divinity. Previously, she had been passively fused with the unicorn after absorbing it. The absorption of divine blood was also slow and weak. Although Ars was only a clone in the mortal world, and its level was not as high as Horus's real body, Thea was now sharing half of the divinity of his clone. The quality was not as good as Horus, but the quantity was far more. Countless scenes flashed before Thea's eyes. There were scenes of tribal warriors hunting, fierce battles between two armies, and countless shadows of warriors fighting. Knowledge and a lot of understanding of fighting were presented in front of her eyes like a movie. Originally, Thea's fighting ability was not bad. Although most of the time she was at the bottom, she could still be called a fighter. Now that she had the personal experience of these predecessors, her fighting ability could be said to have reached a higher level. In terms of pure fighting ability, she was confident that she could defeat Batman. Most likely, she could draw with Ms. Siva. Of course, with her current vision, fighting ability was no longer something she pursued. She pursued longevity and eternity. The various knowledge attached to divinity was only the last link. For Thea, the greatest function of divinity was to transform the body. It improved strength, speed, endurance, wisdom, and all aspects. This was the greatest use. If her original body's magic power limit was increased by 1 point per day, after receiving the reconstruction of divinity, the limit would be increased by 10 points per day. This would quickly increase her magic power to a very high level. Chapter 244. Sigh. Thea sighed and withdrew from the state of divinity absorption. Like Diana, it was impossible for her to absorb these things immediately. This was not the Eastern world, where she could meditate and run a few cycles. This required a lot of time to digest. Although she had only absorbed a small part of it, the divine power in Thea's body had grown a little stronger. Now, the duration of using the Eye of Horus would be greatly extended. Divinity was a good thing. Unfortunately, there were not many left in the human world. The Isis talisman in her space ring only stored magic power. Thea thought about the plot she knew, but she could not think of the half-dead god lying there waiting for her to harvest. It seemed that she had chopped the gods into pieces twice, but in fact, gods were very rare. Horus was summoned by Vandal at the sacrifice of his endless life force. How many Vandals were there in the human world? Ours was even more so. This was the acquiescence of the gods. He had put in a lot of effort to create a clone in the human world, and the amount of time and energy he had spent could not be calculated. These 2 times were all coincidences that allowed her to get a share of the pie. Thea really did not think that she would encounter any more divinity. However, after these 2 absorptions, she had completely bid farewell to the mortal world. As long as she completely absorbed the divinity of Ars, she would be far from a demigod. However, no one would object to her calling herself a divine creature. After inspecting herself, she finally began to pay attention to the sword in her hand. Now that she had completed the magnificent feat of killing a god, the godslayer that had reversed its fate had finally been washed away and revealed its original appearance. The original brilliance on the sword had completely disappeared and was replaced by a thick blood-red color. The sword seemed to have sensed Thea's intention and became a little longer during the transformation. From the original Greek-style short sword, it had become an English-style long sword. The person and the sword had a brief exchange, and 3 black lines appeared on Thea's forehead. It was not accurate to call it the Godslayer now. Its main effect was to kill Ars. This sword now had a very elegant name, Ars Must Die. Its effect was extremely heaven-defying. It could ignore any state of Ars and stab him to death. Such a powerful effect could only be effective on Ars. To other gods and mortals, it was just an ordinary magic sword. Thea looked at the spot where Ars' body used to be. It was now clean, not even a strand of hair was left. The corner of her mouth twitched. Where was Ars' home? Is it appropriate for me to kill them? Ars was, after all, the son of Zeus. Even if he could find his divine kingdom, Zeus would not allow him to stab his son to death with a single stab of his sword. So, Hade's situation is not good. Your kind likes to live in complicated mazes. As the god who protects your kind, he no longer has the divine power to build a maze for you. You think that the shadow maze that I created is not bad, and you want to live there. Thea summarized her words. Fortunately, the little heifer could speak Greek. She finally understood what she wanted to say. Every time Thea said something, the little heifer nodded and looked at her expectantly. That is Artemis's dimension. Do you still want to go there? The little heifer was chosen by Ars because her combat power was quite good. It would be difficult for her to become the king of the realm, but she could still survive. The only trouble was that her behavior was similar to that of a job harping. Would it cause more chain reactions? As expected, when the little heifer heard that it was the territory of the goddess of the hunt, she immediately shook her head and expressed that she did not want to go. In the end, Sia had a discussion with her and promised to build a few self-moving mazes for her in the modern world. It was too easy for the Quinn Corporation to do this. In the future, with the AI Gideon, a small change in 3 days and a big change in 5 days. When the little heifer heard that there was such a good thing, she quickly entered the dimension ring and prepared to return to 2008 with her. After finally tricking this combat power away, Sia looked around and found that there were no longer any troublemakers around. She hugged Diana domineeringly and kissed her on the lips. Diana's lips were like her, full of heroic spirit. When their lips touched, Thea felt a burst of fresh air floating in her mouth. Her smooth teeth and cool tongue brought a strong sensory stimulation to Thea. The two hugged and did not let go for a long time. Chapter 245. I'm leaving, Diana Prince. Hold on to your belief. We'll meet again in 100 years. Their lips parted, and Thea gently stroked her cheeks. Neither of them was the kind of person who was shy, and they let go of each other's arms very quickly. "I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you to sing that song again." Although it was not a parting of life and death, Diana's mood was inevitably a little depressed. Thea pulled out Zeus's lightning arrow, pulled the bowstring, chanted a special spell, and activated the special array on the arrow. In Thea's view, it was a bit like submitting an application to a superior unit. With Boss Zeus's approval, the arrow could open a space channel. Fortunately, there was such a setting, otherwise, the arrow could not be used at all. Who could stand it if it was used to travel? The arrow moved at full speed, and opened a dark blue halo channel not far away from the two of them. The divine power on the arrow was all used up, and it returned to the quiver again. "Take care." Thea smiled and waved at Diana. "You take care too. I'll be here waiting for you in 100 years. Diana's expression was normal as usual. After confirming that she did not miss anything, Thea stepped into the time channel. This trip was different from the previous two. At first, there was Gideon's time spaceship, and she was just a passenger. The second time, she was involved in the explosion and could not control it at all. Now that she had gotten Boss Zeus's approval to travel in time, she could move as usual. She wanted to take a closer look. Sightseeing was definitely not a good idea, but she did not have to run like crazy like the Flash, who was chased by dogs. The beautiful scenery in the time channel was not something that everyone could see. Thea used her authority in the Time Council to carefully observe the development of the situation after she left. She first looked at the follow-up of Diana. Diana buried the villagers in the small village and did not participate in the subsequent battle. The image of her future in the timeline seemed to be erased. From the fluctuations of the divine power, it was very familiar. It was obviously done by Boss Zeus. What did he mean? Did he not want me to see the follow-up? Since she couldn't see him, Thea could only look at the trajectories of the others. Without their strong interference, Rudolph lived peacefully until 1937. Thea nodded. That's more like it. Rudolph died in 1918. He used to be a presidential candidate for the Nazi Party. That's the history I know. But when she saw Steve Trevor's experience, all she could do was gape. Without the two powerful thighs, Steve successfully grabbed the plane, but the plane did not explode in the air like in the movie. Instead, it crashed on the border between France and Spain. Intense poisonous gas filled the skies of Europe. A total of 1 billion people were infected worldwide. The Americas and Asia were slightly less affected, but Europe was the worst affected. The number of deaths was estimated to be more than 20 million. A large number of women, children, and soldiers who were injured in the war died. This was the mysterious incident recorded in history, the Spanish flu. This large-scale outbreak of the virus had completely broken the spine of the Europeans. It should be known that the First World War had lasted for 4 years, and the casualties were only more than 10 million. The results of the patriotic young man, Captain Steve Trevor, had far exceeded that of the First World War, and had consumed more than half of Europe's war potential. The American politicians were ecstatic. Although they tried their best to hide their relationship, they secretly sent a large number of men to search for Steve, who had crashed. After a secret battle, they successfully grabbed the unconscious Steve. At this time, Steve did not know that he had made a great contribution to his country. Because of his actions, Britain, France, and other countries were unable to resist Germany during the Second World War, giving the United States the opportunity to act as the savior and save the world. The fire of civilization spread to the Americas, but Steve never woke up. When the plane crashed, he was in the center of the poisonous gas. Coupled with the violent explosion of the plane, his body was injured by both burns and the poisonous gas at the same time. The two fatal injuries formed a new chemical reaction in his body, slowly transforming his body. It was not until the 1980s that he slowly woke up. Considering his outstanding contributions to the United States' domination of the world, several people in power made an exception and promoted him to colonel. Coupled with his incomparable loyalty to his country, they instructed him to form the Heaven's Eye Society. This process continued until 2008, when Thea existed. Thea stared at a picture of Steve as a colonel in the Time Channel. His eyes were hazy and his expression was cold. The handsome man in 1918 was completely gone, replaced by a patriot whose body structure was no longer human. Referring to the trajectory of Steve's life after that, and repeatedly comparing it with her own memory, Thea found that Steve did not recall the scene that she was involved in. She knew that her magic had worked. It's hard to imagine that the mysterious Spanish flu was caused by Steve. Is this a coincidence or a historical necessity? Thea was in the time channel. Her memory was now clear and there was no problem of memory tampering. The facts were clear and what she was involved in was indeed something that had happened. As for the plot of the movie, that was a parallel space, right? It's all over. Thea shook her head and did not continue to check. The rest of the content was what she knew. Using the authority of the Time Council, she easily found the time that she left and slowly walked in. Say, where is this? Thea happily stepped through the time channel, thinking that she would return to Purgatory Island. However, as far as she could see, this place had nothing to do with the island. In a wasteland overgrown with weeds, there were a few thick stone pillars not far away. Now that she had absorbed a lot of divinity, she was no longer an ignorant mortal. Her sense of belonging told her that this was her time. She looked at the stone pillars not far away. The familiar patterns, the familiar letters. Was this Greece? In modern society, she did not dare to fly directly in the daytime. It would be bad if she was photographed by the satellite. She could only use the Eye of Horus to try to ask a few locals. The people here were not rich. Thea glanced around and found that there were a few scattered people nearby. Some were driving farm vehicles to transport goods, and some were old people taking children for a walk. Looking at the way they dressed, they did not seem to be Europeans. In the end, Thea found a middle-aged woman who looked like a tourist with a high nose and deep eyes and a backpack. With her good looks and friendly tone, she finally asked where she was. This was in Turkey, the ancient city called Ephesus in modern times and Ephesus in the Bible. The wasteland where Thea first appeared was one of the famous 8 wonders of the world, the Temple of Artemis. Thea had the urge to cover her face. Needless to say, this must have been done by the moon goddess secretly at the exit, playing the sympathy card. The majestic Temple of Artemis is now a wasteland. As the chosen of God, shouldn't you show some respect? Thea said goodbye to the enthusiastic female tourist with a heavy heart and found a hotel to stay alone. Thanks to Colonel Steve, America had become the dominant country in the world and could communicate in English anywhere. As a famous tourist city, the hotel owner knew some English. Thea communicated with him with gestures and finally managed to borrow an international long-distance phone. Chapter 246. When she left the Wave Rider in a hurry, she only brought her phone and credit card with her. Half a year had passed, and her phone had run out of battery. Thea did not have much pocket money, and her credit card was handled by the American Trust Fund. The hotel owner did not recognize it at all. Thea did not want to alarm the people in Star City. Fortunately, she had the help of the Owl Court. Although they did not have much influence here, they could still transfer a few thousand yuan to her. Faced with her request, Catherine Monroe obviously couldn't just transfer a few thousand yuan to her. She used some of her connections in the court to send her a bunch of emergency items in an emergency. In less than an hour, a group of men in black delivered a sizable amount of cash, clothes, and passports to Thea. The hotel owner, who was stunned, imagined a story of a princess from a wealthy family traveling by herself. He quickly vacated his best room for the extraordinary princess of a certain European country to rest. Thea tidied up a little. Then, she picked up her new phone and dialed the number of the Louvre Museum in France. "Excuse me, is Miss Diana Prince there?" After the call was connected, Thea asked nervously. Thea was confused by the long string of words on the other side of the phone. What did he mean? It sounded like French. As expected of a 1,000-year-old enemy. The whole world spoke English, but they still spoke French. Fortunately, Thea had learned a few words of French when Diana was still a child. Thus, she spoke to the Frenchman on the other side of the phone. Half an hour later, Thea put down the phone. F***ck, this guy definitely knows how to speak English, but he won't say it even if you beat him to death. Thea wanted to crawl over the phone and strangle him. It was so infuriating. Thea was very anxious. The other side of the phone chatted with her for half an hour. Where did Diana go? The receptionist on the other side of the line talked to Sia slowly for half an hour. Sia asked repeatedly, but the receptionist was not annoyed, but the meaning of her words was clear. There is no such person in the Louvre. Thea didn't tell Diana about her future because she didn't want to affect the timeline, and Diana was smart enough not to ask. Thea's initial joy was doused with cold water. The Eye of Horus did not have the ability to search the entire world. With a cold face, she picked up her things and left Turkey. On the way, he directly controlled a rich kid with magic and commandeered a motorboat to drive into the eastern Mediterranean. Thea arrived at Crete and searched in the opposite direction from where she left the island. After circling the island 3 times, she still could not find any trace of Paradise Island. She did not know if it was because Hippolyte did not want to see her, or because of the anti-magic field on the island. With nothing to show for it, Thea could only follow their footsteps until she found Diana in the small village in Belgium where the final battle with Ars took place. You've been away for 3 months. I miss you so much, it's been 5 years. Did you come back safely? The humans fought another world war. I don't feel any signs of Ars' resurrection. They're so complicated. I'm going to travel the world. I miss you every day. The people of Africa are very hospitable. I like them very much. You've been away for 80 years. Do you still remember me? Come and find me. A black slate stood where Ars fell. It was densely covered with words. From between the lines, one could tell that Diana had been alone in this small village for many years. The words were filled with attachment and joy, but more than that, it was a strong love. Ah! Thea unsheathed the Godslayer. The blade was filled with fiery red magic. She swung the sword at a distance. Her full strength created a ditch half a meter deep and more than 10 meters long. I didn't want to. Thea threw the Godslayer away and knelt on the ground. Her hands kept hitting the ground as tears flowed uncontrollably. The last time Diana left behind words was in 1998. There seemed to be signs that the female warriors of Paradise Island had left the island. She went to investigate. Thea's heart was in a mess. She did not know where Diana had gone. How could she find her in this sea of people? After telling her family in Star City that she was safe and that she would stay in Europe for a few days, Thea stayed alone in this village that was no longer suitable for human habitation due to the poisonous gas. From the various traces in the village, one could still see the scene of the battle. However, most of it was the emptiness that Diana had left behind. Every time Thea saw the traces of a lasso or a shield, she would laugh foolishly. Hey! Shouldn't we be leaving? We've been here for 3 months. The one who spoke was Heifer, who had been tricked by Thea into staying in the luxurious maze. Thea only remembered her after staying here for a month. Heifer's personality was really good. She did not make a fuss when she heard about what happened to her. Instead, she would comfort her from time to time. Yeah, it's not a good idea to stay here forever. Anyway, we'll definitely meet again in the future. Thea finally adjusted her attitude. The two of them were no longer mortals. It was only 100 years. They could afford to wait. She took out her sword and engraved a paragraph under the stone slab, indicating that she had been here before. She also used the ancient language of Paradise Island to leave the name of Star City. As long as Diana arrived at Star City, they would be able to sense each other with the divine power of Artemis that originated from the same source. He called Heifer into the space ring. This guy couldn't be seen in the light. This was not 1918. The satellites in the sky were constantly whizzing past. When Sia was practicing the Eye of Horus a while ago, she saw with her own eyes a giant satellite in Earth orbit flying over Europe. The big logo of Wayne Enterprises on it showed that this was Batman's Watchtower space base. Batman couldn't let Heifer see Batman's strange bone structure. After 2 flights, she successfully returned to Star City. Moira had been sworn in as the mayor of Star City 2 months ago. Thea had watched the whole process live. After that, she said that she had something to do and hurried back to the small village. This time, she finally felt like she had returned home. First, she went to the city hall to see Moira. After that, She was completely overwhelmed by miscellaneous matters. The black uncle, Walter Steele, and Moira talked about something and the two parted peacefully. As the holder of the most shares of the group, Thea was already 18 years old and automatically took over the position of chairman of Quinn Group. After she took over, she did not make any major changes. She let the original vice president take over as the president and promoted Felicity to the position of vice president. She continued to lead the software department. Dr. Hoffman, who used to get along well with Thea, became the director of the newly established Applied Science Laboratory of Quinn Group. Thea found some less sensitive information from the Atom Man data for them to study first. After working for a month, she kept meeting with the heads of various departments and listening to the reports of the leaders of the branch companies. Large-scale brainwashing was actually the most convenient and fast way. However, in this era where superpowered people were everywhere, she did not dare to be so reckless. Once she was discovered by the heroes who were bored out of their minds, she would be regarded as a villain. Chapter 247. Thea sighed and threw away the pen in her hand. She then sent away a department head who was pretending to be a reporter but was actually a loyal subordinate to her. There were a lot of problems during the transition between the old and the new. The old officials had to be appeased, and the new subordinates had to be treated with respect. Things like sabotaging each other happened in her office every day. The Eye of Horus could only judge good and evil, but the ancient view of good and evil was very different from the modern view. Many people who were considered bad in the ancient times were actually strong and tough in the Quinn Group. Thea spent a lot of effort to identify these people and use them at key points. I seem to have forgotten something. Thea spun around in her chair and suddenly thought of something. Damn it! I forgot about Oliver. She had promised to bring him home, but it had been delayed for 3 months because of Diana. Was it too late? Of course, it would be too late. Oliver must be working under Amanda as a secret agent, killing people everywhere. Based on his relationship with Amanda, it would not be difficult to get him back by paying the price. However, would Oliver, who was trapped in darkness, be able to see the light again without suffering in the future? Thea knew that Oliver was a cockroach. If she did not interfere with him, he would definitely be able to reach his former heights. Thea had gained a lot from the time travel, but there were still a few things that she needed to collect personally. First of all, there was Ninja Master's magic sword. According to Madame JDO, this sword could absorb the magic power of the Isis talisman. For Sia, who lacked magic power, it was as important as sending charcoal in snowy weather. However, she had no idea where Nandabat was. Malcolm had gone to Europe alone a month before she returned to Star City and did not leave any contact information. Batman and Talia also knew the address, but they might not be able to tell her since she was going to deal with their father-in-law. Ninja Master's boss was the demon of the 3 palaces. Thea shuddered at the thought of it. Although the demon was sealed, it was better to be safe than sorry. Superman, Diana, and the Flash had worked together to fight this guy, but they still could not break through his defense. With this kind of strength, he could probably fight Darkseid for a while. Thea really didn't think she could beat him. Another thing that would be of great help to him was the artificial intelligence hidden in the cutting-edge technology laboratory in Central City. Although Thea was now a magician, she had not forgotten about technological means. She was not that careless to steal things while wearing invisibility. Through the Court of Owls, they hired an unrelated assassin to scout the way. Thea saw the information of this female assassin named Elphiris Stiller. It was unknown whether it was magically modified or a superpower, but the assassin held 2 daggers in her hands, and her hair could also control 2 daggers. Her influence data showed that this assassin had a mission completion rate of 100% and had never failed. Thea instructed the court to pay the deposit according to the agreement. The request was very simple. She only needed to investigate the laboratory. However, Thea still underestimated the reverse lightning from the 25th century. The assassin was discovered as soon as he entered the laboratory. The spectrometer, far infrared, vibration sensing floor, and various other systems rang loudly. In less than a minute, more than 10 guards with rifles appeared. The assassin was not bad. He was shot 3 times, but he managed to escape. He returned the deposit and refused to go back. She had underestimated the power of technology. The assassin's tragic experience was a blow to Thea's head. Now that she was relying more and more on magic, she had regained her respect for science. The various benefits of artificial intelligence made Thea unwilling to give up. The second time, she used Felicity's hacking skills to find a guard working in the laboratory. After subconsciously brainwashing him, she controlled him to go inside to scout for information. However, 3 hours after the guard entered the laboratory, he was detected to have abnormal mental fluctuations. Thea quickly activated his original personality and restored him to his normal values. After a series of checks, he was mistaken for being nervous and escaped death. Thea knew that she could not act rashly. There were too many people paying attention to the cutting-edge laboratory. Various consortiums, state governments, and the military had invested a lot of money in it. Even the Quinn Corporation had given a token amount of money. With so many people paying attention, reverse lightning would not be exposed easily, and she would not have a chance to act. Did she really have to wait until the particle accelerator exploded and only a few people were left in the cutting-edge laboratory? Thea shook her head. It was too long, and she was a little unwilling to wait. After careful consideration, it was still beneficial to be familiar with the plot. She set her sights on the important assistant of reverse lightning in the next few years, the bioengineering doctor, Caitlin Snow. Caitlin Snow did not enter the cutting-edge laboratory. Instead, she was teaching at Princeton. Thea was going to take a detour and apply for her postgraduate program. Then, she would sneak into the cutting-edge laboratory. The environment of Western society was very clear about personal identity. A billionaire could be a superhero, a prince could be a soldier, and naturally, Thea could also be an intern. Originally, the school wanted to expel her because she did not report to school for a long time. However, when they heard that she was the president of the Quinn Corporation, they were speechless. A century-old school. Thea could only laugh. With her mind that had been transformed by divinity, she could graduate in half a year, get a master's degree in 1 year, and get a doctorate in 2 years. Having a doctorate title would subtly raise her social status. For example, Master Bruce, who was a peerless scholar, did not have a degree certificate. Even now, the media was scolding him for being ignorant and incompetent. Thinking about it, he felt wronged. Ninja Master was a long-term goal, and the cutting-edge laboratory was a medium-term goal. Thea's short-term goal was one. She wanted to make big news. She wanted to make news that could be seen by the whole world. Then, Diana would be able to see her no matter where she was on Earth. If I can't find you, I'll let you find me. However, it was not easy to make news that could reach the world. Her mother had just entered the political world, so it definitely could not be a scandal. She needed to do something very eye-catching. Thea quickly found something that met all the requirements, and it would definitely attract Diana. She wanted to rebuild the Temple of Artemis. It seemed easy to knock down and rebuild a pile of broken stones in the wilderness. With Thea's political power, it was not a big deal to build a temple in Turkey. However, her request was not that simple. She wanted to attract the attention of the world's media. Thea wanted to knock down and rebuild one of the 8 wonders of the world. She wanted to recreate the glory of this ancient building in its original place. She had to face the world's scholars, experts, and news media. The resistance of this matter was unimaginable. Thea's plan was to secretly send the Court of Owls to bribe the local parliamentarians and several think tanks around the President of Turkey. On the surface, she would use her identity to get the permission of the US government. She had to make this big news in the shortest time possible. Chapter 248. Thea, you're crazy. Do you have a fever? To Thea, Felicity, who had not seen her for more than a year but had not seen her for at most 3 months, was furious. You want to demolish one of the 8 wonders of the world and rebuild it. It's such a big thing and you're hoping that no one will talk about it on the internet. How is that possible? Felicity was so angry that she did not care that she was in the CEO's office. Aren't I discussing it with you? Thea also knew that this was a big deal. She was going to find a few confidants to discuss a rough plan, but she was met with strong opposition at the first step. It's impossible for no one to talk about it. You're going against the entire history of human civilization. Felicity couldn't understand why a smart person like Thea would do something so strenuous and unrewarding. She continued to blabber on and on. Thea was also wondering if this news was too big. But considering that she had automatically arrived at the temple through the time channel, it was self-evident what the goddess was thinking. In order to find Diana and complete the goddess task, the temple must be rebuilt. For humans, there was a lot of historical and cultural value here. For the goddess, this was her temple. You made it look like a wasteland, a place where birds don't shit and chickens don't lay eggs. It's okay if it's a wasteland, but you humans still organize tens of thousands of people to visit it every day. What's the meaning of this? Are you here to laugh at me? No matter how miserable I am, I can't let you laugh at me. Whether it was to attract Diana's attention or to save the goddess face, this temple must be demolished and rebuilt. Realizing that she had taken things for granted at first, Thea found Moira at night to talk about her idea. Rebuild the temple? Moira, who was reading a magazine, was stunned by her words. This was not within the business scope of the Quinn Group, was it? Thea looked at Moira's puzzled expression and knew that her words were a bit shocking. Normal people would definitely think that she was arrogant and frivolous. In order to gain Moira's trust and to pave the way for her to inject the divine blood in the future, Thea decided to show off a little. Mom, look. Thea kept looking at the furnishings in the house and found Moira's scarf. This is it. Transfiguration. A light green light flashed, and the originally still scarf seemed to be dragged by someone. It kept twisting and changing shape until it finally turned into a top hat. Thea waved her hand and put the hat in front of Moira, letting her personally judge its authenticity. Moira, who had lived for more than 40 years and believed that she had seen a lot, was really intimidated by her. At first, she thought that it was a magic trick. She held it in her hand and touched it again and again. Wow, it was indeed a hat, but how could it be? After a long while, he realized that this seemed to have something to do with today's topic. Moira chose her words carefully. Is this power the reason why you want to build a temple? Will it harm your body? As a mother, the first thing she thought of was not how powerful Thea was now. She only cared about whether her children were in danger. Thea did not dare to say too many things to Moira at once. Things like divine blood and divinity were too different from the worldview of ordinary people. Moira was just a nouveau riche president before, and now she was just a political newcomer. She was still far from the deep secrets of this world. She hugged Moira vigorously and the mother and daughter slowly floated in the air. Don't worry, Mom. Don't you think I'm getting healthier? Oh. Flying had always been a dream of human beings. Although they were now indoors and could only float in a small area, Moira was still excited. As a businesswoman, Moira had a deep understanding of the principle of how much you get, so she personally felt this extraordinary power. She also began to think about Thea's big news plan. You can't show up. At most, after everything is settled, you can participate in some activities as an important investor, but you can't make the decision. Moira also realized that today's Thea was no longer her spoiled daughter. After thinking repeatedly, she said to her seriously. Thea had a headache. Moira and Felicity's meaning was similar, but they were all the same. Thea's own prestige was not enough. Even if the people of the world agreed, how could Thea do it? What's more, the people of the world would not agree. As long as this matter was revealed, condemnation in speech and writing would be light. Prestige. Where am I supposed to find prestige? Killing a god was awesome, but the people did not know about it. She could not hold a press conference with the Godslayer and say that this sword stabbed ours to death. The whole world would think that she was crazy. If you have to build this temple, I suggest that you push the government to be the main body to facilitate this matter. Moira's suggestion was not complicated. The American government had done so many things that angered the world, so it would not be a problem to do a few more. The government's artillery had even blown up an ancient city in Iraq, so it would not be too much to pull down another temple. The conversation between the mother and daughter lasted until late into the night. Moira used her own intelligence network to outline a few high-ranking officials who could influence the government and a few members of parliament who were inclined to the reformist party for Thea. In fact, This matter had a wide range of influence, but in fact, it did not affect the interests of all parties. It was not worth mentioning compared to sending troops to war. Under Moira's advice, Thea finally took back her decision to dig the first shovel herself. She was ready to be a participant. After all, her purpose was to attract attention, but who should she give this glorious and difficult task to? It was not easy to find a spendthrift. This spendthrift had to have a certain social reputation and thick enough skin to withstand the fierce opposition of the media and the world's academic community. This is really difficult. The conversation between the mother and daughter had been going on for 3 days. Moira had begun a small-scale lobbying work. Thea was now in her office, sifting through the politicians who could be persuaded with Felicity. The Owl Court was not very helpful in this matter. Their connections in the outside world were limited. If they frequently used assassination and coercion to do things, they would definitely attract too much attention. This was not in line with Thea's initial position of the court. "Miss Quinn, there's a Mr. Jim Gordon outside who wants to see you. He says he knows you." Just as Thea was frowning, her assistant outside the office interrupted her thoughts. "Who?" "Gordon, the one from Gotham? Why is he looking for me?" Thea asked for his face. It was not someone with the same name. It was indeed old Gordon. After all, they were comrades who had fought together. Thea and Felicity personally went out of the office to welcome him downstairs. "Miss Thea." Old Gordon was travel-worn and his face was extremely pale. However, it was not convenient for him to say too much as there were people coming and going around. He reluctantly greeted her and entered the office with her. Thea waved her hand and asked her assistant to bring the coffee. She invited the old director to sit down. Seeing that he was hesitating, she had no choice but to start a conversation. "How are Uncle Bruce and Barbara?" It would have been better if she did not ask. The moment she asked, the old director's tears fell. "Barbara, she's seriously injured. She can't make it." Chapter 249. Gordon's tears flowed down his cheeks as he talked about Barbara. At first, he was still talking intermittently, but in the end, he could not continue. He took off his glasses and just kept crying. Thea and Felicity looked at each other. Their combined age was not as old as Gordon. As the younger generation, it was not appropriate for them to see the old man so sad, but they did not know how to comfort him. Fortunately, Gordon's mental fortitude was not bad. He forced himself to tell them the reason for his visit. The clown injured her spine. Bruce determined that she can no longer stand up. "I hate myself for being so weak." Gordon waved his fists as he spoke. Fortunately, Thea had just taken over as the CEO, so there were not many things in the room. Otherwise, he would have punched something to vent his anger. "Miss Thea, you're also a high-tech company. Bruce can't do anything, but I want to ask if you have any methods to help Barbara stand up again." Gordon looked at Thea expectantly, but he was afraid that she would say that she could not wait and completely destroy his hope. What a pitiful parent's heart. It would be a huge problem for others, but for Thea. She could even repair Captain Frigid's genetic chain, and only her spine was injured. With her magic skills, this injury was only a minor injury. However, considering Bruce's hostility towards the supernatural, there was a possibility that she might do something bad with good intentions. However, Thea could not be so heartless as to push the sobbing Gordon out to save her own skin. "Sir, I've come up with 3 ideas. I'll tell you and you can think about it." In order to appear mature, Thea usually wore a pair of flat glasses. At this moment, she took off her glasses and rubbed her eyes. F***CK. 3 ideas. Gordon's heart almost jumped out of his chest. "You came up with 3 ideas in less than a minute." He was in a daze for a moment, from great sadness to great joy. The first method is to connect the nerves together with mechanical assistance. I didn't see Barbara's wound, but the Quinn Corporation has the technology. We can make a metal belt that bypasses the wound and connects the upper and lower nerves. She can walk on her own, but I'm afraid she won't be able to fight anymore, Thea said after seeing that the old director had calmed down a little. Chief Gordon thought about it seriously. Being able to walk was much better than sitting in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. However, He was still worried that Thea might not be able to accept it. He nodded solemnly, indicating that he would consider it, and waited for Thea to continue. The second method is to use nanomachines. These nanomachines will reside in the body and connect to the nerves through computer control. After a period of recovery and training, they can return to their original level. However, the electromagnetic pulse bomb will cause fatal damage to the nanomachines. You have to be careful. Before Gordon Sr. could answer, Felicity whispered, "Do we have the technology?" Thea nodded blankly. She thought to herself, "What do we have? This is the technology of the future Atom Man." In the original timeline, Felicity was also paralyzed due to a gunshot wound. Her symptoms were similar to Barbara's, and she recovered with the help of the Atom Man's nanomachines. Although the Atom Man was a joker, the technology he gave was really high-end. With Thea's current knowledge structure, she couldn't understand a lot of it. To fully understand it, she would need at least a PhD. However, the nanomachines were very basic, and it could enter the treatment stage with a little clinical experimentation. However, the technology that she thought was not worth mentioning was hope in Gordon Sr.'s eyes. This was a great idea. The old director could also accept the electromagnetic pulse bomb. No matter how high-end Gotham was, no one would throw it out every day, right? This is not a problem at all. No matter how expensive it is, I can pay for it. Please help me. The old director finally had a smile on his face. He had indeed gained something by risking his reputation to come to Star City. However, he still wanted to hear Thea's final idea. What if it was better? Listening to it wouldn't take much time. You have another idea? Thea sighed and a ball of light appeared in her hand. She had explained her magic to Felicity a few days ago, and it could be considered as an annotation for the temple. She also used her magic to fly the girl up into the sky. Felicity vomited a lot and complained to Thea. Now that she exposed it in front of Gordon, it was also an early precaution. Unless she didn't use her magic for the rest of her life, she would be discovered sooner or later. Now that he was asking for her help, she could use it to make a good impression. The power of magic can restore her to normal, but the price is to accelerate the growth of the cells in her body, and her lifespan will be reduced by 5 to 10 years. In fact, she was talking nonsense. Although she didn't have as strong magic as on the Wave Rider, it was still easy to draw a simple restoration circle. In order to make it seem that it was not easy, she made the consequences extremely serious. Anyway, lifespan was something that couldn't be seen or touched, and no one knew how much it would cost. It had to be said that the director, who had been fighting on the front line all year round, was far more receptive to superpowers than Moira and the others. He didn't ask where the power came from and began to pace in the room, thinking. Thea didn't rush him either. In fact, it was basically a matter of a finger, and she was very confident in this matter. The magic circle was for outsiders to see, and it was easier to make it mysterious and complicated so that she could ask for benefits. Originally, she was still thinking about where to find a spendthrift to be the vanguard of the temple demolition, but now the candidate had automatically jumped out. Gordon was very suitable in all aspects. He was popular and had a high social status, so it seemed to be reasonable that he converted to religion at an old age. Presumably, for the sake of his daughter, he would hesitate to demolish the Statue of Liberty, but for the sake of demolishing a temple in Turkey, the old man would have no psychological barriers at all. But now, she couldn't make it so clear as if she was negotiating a deal. As long as she showed a troubled expression, the old director would definitely understand the meaning behind it. Director Gordon was now deep in thought. It was really a case of one wave after another. His thoughts rolled over and over again, and he couldn't make up his mind for a while. Can I discuss it with Bruce? Also, I have to consider Barbara's opinion. The director found that every choice was not easy. When there was no other way, an idea would be a lifesaver, but now that there were so many options, it was a little difficult to choose. Of course, can you connect to the Batcave? Thea asked her friend after answering the director's first question. Who am I? I'm a world-class hacker. Felicity was a little proud. She took the keyboard and started typing away. In less than 3 minutes, Bruce's figure appeared on the LCD screen in Thea's CEO's office. Batman, who had always been elusive, was shocked when he suddenly saw the screen light up. From where Thea and the others were standing, he was hitting a sandbag alone. Chapter 250. Although there was a hint of panic in the corner of Batman's eyes, he quickly regained his composure. He glanced at the three people who appeared on the screen and greeted them calmly. "Miss Thea, Miss Felicity. Why did you hack my system?" The two ladies were a little unhappy that they did not see him panic. They moved aside and gave Gordon some space to talk. Mechanical assistance, nanotechnology, magic. Batman knew that Thea had some tricks up her sleeves. Her magic did not exceed his expectations. However, he was still hesitant when faced with three choices. When it came to the health of his loved ones, he would not use his own values to judge it. If Alfred was fatally injured, he would do everything in his power to save him. Although Barbara was not as important as the old butler in his heart, she was still his family. Moreover, Barbara was dragged into this because of his fight with the Joker. Batman felt guilty for causing Gordon Sr. to suffer such a serious injury at such an old age. However, in his mind, the nanotechnology solution was the best. His thoughts were similar to Gordon Sr. How could there be so many electromagnetic pulse bombs? If all the gangs had electromagnetic pulse bombs, half of his technological equipment would be crippled. He would not be able to survive. How about this? Let's ask Barbara for her opinion. I'll go find her now. Batman cut off the signal. His computer skills were not bad. Thea and the others did not hide anything from him. Soon, they found the Batcave where Thea and the others were connected to at the Quinn Group's headquarters in Star City. However, Batman could not find any loopholes in his system even after checking for a long time. The system that he worked so hard to create was easily broken by Felicity. This made him a little speechless. "I'll take a closer look when I come back," he said as he went out to pick up Barbara. Why did he cut off the signal? Can't he pay for the electricity in the Batcave? Thea and Felicity were puzzled. He's just like that. You'll get used to it. Gordon knew Batman very well. He explained awkwardly. The few of them could only wait. Thea arranged for her assistant to transfer a helicopter. If there were no accidents, they would have to make a trip to Gotham. Her spellbook did not have any teleportation magic. In the future, Steel Bones could teleport because of the Mother Box technology in Apocalypse. Spatial knowledge was profound and complicated, and it was not something she could get involved in now. In less than half an hour, the monitor in the room lit up again. Needless to say, it was Batman who hacked in, Thea mouthed to Felicity, which meant to tell her to quickly upgrade the corporation's system. What did this mean? This meant working overtime. Felicity was full of resentment at Batman on the screen. Barbara, who appeared before the two girls, was extremely haggard. The beautiful red-haired girl from before seemed to have completely withered, and she looked listless. When she saw Thea and Anna on the screen, she hurriedly turned her head away, not wanting them to see her in such a sorry state. Why did he still look like this? They looked at Batman in confusion. I didn't tell her your methods. She needs to make her own judgment. Sure enough, when she heard the method, Barbara's eyes lit up instantly. She bit her lip and looked at the people on the screen in disbelief. Thea was now playing the role of a doctor. She could only explain her methods again, not leaving out the pros and cons, and let Barbara choose for herself. Ah! Barbara covered her mouth in agitation. She was already at the lowest point of her life, and she would try her best to hold on to any hope. She would accept any one of the three solutions, let alone any of them. However, at the crossroads of life, everyone would be confused by their choices. She did not know which method to choose at that moment. She looked at Gordon and Batman as if asking for help. It's up to you. We support your decision. The two important people had expressed their opinions. You can choose whichever one you want. I choose the magic method. Barbara glanced at Batman from the corner of her eye. She had always been clear about her teacher's point of view, but she just wanted to be as good as new. What was the point of adding a robot into her body? As for losing a few years of her life, she was just 20 years old. She really did not care. She did not think that she could live to the day she died of old age. Batman nodded and did not express his opinion. He said to the screen, "Then I'll have to trouble Miss Thea to come over. I'll prepare the materials you need." "Okay, we'll talk about the details when we meet," Thea said and hung up. She could not help but sigh. A bullet had turned a young girl into this. This was the helplessness of ordinary people. Although Thea's body was far inferior to Diana's, she was already immune to handgun bullets after being modified by divine power. Rifle bullets could only scratch her skin. If it was not a powerful attack that could kill her in one shot, she could use her divine power to recover. She instructed Thea to look after the house and upgrade the corporation's system. In the future, as Thea's movements became bigger and bigger, she would attract more and more attention. She did not want her house to be visited by hackers every few days. The journey to Gotham was smooth. The battle half a year ago had left the Gotham Mafia in a state of shock. Under Gordon's guidance, Thea landed the plane by the shore and the two walked into the famous Batcave. The last time Thea came here, the Batcave was destroyed by Bane. She did not know if this place was new or old. The eerie and terrifying environment was very Gotham. It was comparable to a haunted house. With the help of the Eye of Horus, Thea roughly scanned the area and found 3 secret rooms. She wondered how much of the famous Project Babel was written. "Miss Thea, remember my words. Don't mention Dick in front of Barbara." Thea, who was wearing a pair of high heels, felt uncomfortable walking in the deep and shallow cave. The old director seemed to remember something and quickly reminded her. "I know, don't worry." On the way, Thea had a rough understanding of the situation after they parted ways. The first Robin, Dick Grantham, had left Batman and walked on his own path. He changed his name to Nightwing and broke up with Barbara peacefully. He was no longer in Gotham. Batman could only look for a new assistant. He chose the burly Jason Todd to be the second Robin. After Barbara suffered a heavy emotional blow and suffered a heavy physical injury, Batman had to find another place to train Jason Todd. He was afraid that she would think badly of him. "Yo, Uncle Bruce, you look good." When Thea entered the house, she saw Batman writing code with a gloomy face. Of course, it was not because he wanted to become a coder. It was all because of Felicity. Bruce nodded. "I'll take you to see Barbara first. I just injected her with a tranquilizer. Her mind is very unstable." He immediately led the two of them to the inner room. Chapter 251. Barbara, who had been injected with a sedative, was lying quietly on the medical chair. Although Batman did not know the rhythm of her treatment, he still passed a pile of medical reports to Thea. Thea glanced at the reports that were as thick as a book in Batman's hands. She took out 2 X-rays and waved her hand to indicate that she did not need to look at the rest. How long would it take for her to finish looking at this pile of reports? She was planning to go home for dinner later. By the time she finished looking at all of them, it would be tomorrow morning, right? "Do you have X-ray eyes like Superman's?" Batman saw that she was looking at the X-rays while staring at Barbara intently. She was not rolling over, and there were several layers of clothes between them. What could she see? He held it in and finally asked. "I'm far inferior to him." Actually, the difference between the two was not that big, but Thea still described her abilities as inferior in all aspects. Old Gordon did not care about X-ray eyes at all. He would use any means to save his daughter. He roughly pushed Batman aside and said, "Thea, do you think Barbara's injuries can be cured?" Batman knew that his old buddy was angry with him, but what could he do? He could not pin Gordon to the ground and beat him up, so he could only stand by and watch silently with a bitter smile. Thea carefully examined Barbara's injuries. They were not serious. With the current level of technology, this would definitely be a life-ending injury, but for a magic user, especially Thea who had many light-type spells, it was a matter of minutes. However, she could not cure it so easily. The more precious something was, the more complicated it was to obtain it. If she did it too quickly, they would think, "Eh? It's that simple. Let me treat you to a meal as repayment. It's too dark here. My spells require a lot of light-type energy, and the effect will be very poor here. Can we go out and treat her?" Thea pretended to check and turned to the two of them. She was afraid that they would not believe her and casually summoned a ball of light. This was not an act. They were deep underground, and the absorption of light-type elements was greatly affected. Then let's go to my old house. We can go up directly from here. It was a very normal request. Batman was a little disappointed that he couldn't use the high-tech equipment in the Batcave to record Thea's spellcasting process, but he still led her to the elevator with a calm expression. Gordon Sr. followed them with his unconscious daughter. The four of them took the elevator and walked through the dark cave. Not long after, Batman opened a secret door, revealing a luxurious room. "Welcome to the Wayne family, Miss Thea. This is my butler, Alfred Penneth," Batman introduced to Thea, pointing at the old butler who had rushed over after hearing the commotion. Thea also admired this loyal old butler. After exchanging a few pleasantries with him, they didn't waste any time and went to an outdoor lawn in Wayne's house. There was plenty of sunlight here. Thea looked around and motioned for them to wait at the side. She began to draw a recovery magic circle. She was using the celestial spells from the unicorn's memory. Even if Batman later asked Zatanna about this magic circle, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of it because they were not of the same system. Besides, Thea didn't think that Batman would have the habit of discussing magic with Zatanna, his childhood sweetheart. After drawing for a full half an hour, a sacred and ethereal pattern appeared on the lawn of Wayne's house. The old butler felt a little sorry for their lawn. He had taken care of these flowers and plants for so many years, but now they were torn apart by Thea's scribbles. It made him very sad, but when he saw Chief Gordon's pale face, he held back and said nothing. Thea squeezed out a few drops of sweat and pretended to be very tired. "Come on, let Barbara in." "Forget it, you will destroy my magic circle." "I'll do it myself." Wrapping the unconscious Barbara with magic, she floated on the ground and landed directly in the center of the magic circle. This small display of his skills also strengthened the confidence of these people. The casting process could be completed in a minute, but Thea deliberately prolonged the process. All kinds of chanting, hand gestures, and circling around the magic circle took an hour before she stopped. "It's almost done. The rest of the magic will operate automatically." Thea was busy for a long time. She sat on the side and took out her mobile phone to write a text message to Moira, indicating that she had found a fool and asked her to call to cooperate with her act. Although the mother and daughter didn't communicate in advance, Moira understood very well. Soon, she called directly. At first, the two talked in a low voice, but their voices became louder and louder. Finally, Moira's sobs came from the phone. Thea hung up the phone. Gordon and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to do. "Miss Thea, are you in some kind of trouble? Is there anything I can do to help?" Old Gordon didn't know if his daughter's injury had healed. Looking at Barbara, who was surrounded by azure magic in the magic circle, he was afraid that Thea would have a problem. Of course, Thea couldn't answer every question. She pretended to decline several times to show that she was fine. However, Director Gordon felt that he owed her a great favor. After repeated questioning, Thea could only package her ability with the Temple of Artemis. Temple of Artemis? Batman, Old Gordon, and the old butler, the three of them added up to more than 150 years old, were all shocked by the sudden change in the topic. When they heard that it was an ability blessed by the gods, they felt that it could explain the fact that Thea suddenly knew magic. "Does Mrs. Quinn mean that she doesn't want you to do it yourself?" After Old Gordon got a definite answer, he secretly calculated in his heart. In the end, he felt that he owed her too much. If he didn't return the favor, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep well. Plus, this matter would only cause some criticism, but it wouldn't be to the point of risking his life. There was no danger, so he would take it on himself. "This matter, I think." Before Director Gordon could finish his words, he was interrupted by Batman. "Let me handle this matter." Gordon felt that he owed Thea a favor, but Bruce Wayne owed even more. Not only did he owe Thea a favor, but he also owed Gordon and his daughter. If the old director could think of the criticism it would cause, with his IQ, he could also think of it. The old director was about to retire. If he were to take on such a matter before his retirement, it would more or less be a stain on his good reputation. It didn't matter to him. The name Bruce Wayne was basically linked to a bad reputation. Now that he had entered the Gotham police force, it was more or less better. However, the number of media outlets in the world that hadn't scolded him could be counted on one hand. He had enough social reputation, and his skin was thick enough. It was just right for him to do this. He asked Thea in a low voice for some details. Thea pretended to be embarrassed, but Batman was very determined. Compared to her helping them, this matter was insignificant. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Thea declined several times, but finally accepted the plan under the persuasion of the others. Chapter 252. Now that she had achieved her goal, Sia sped up the healing process and finally finished the treatment half an hour later. "Why isn't Barbara awake yet? Did it fail?" Gordon Sr. asked anxiously when he saw that Barbara was still the same. Thea was also a little puzzled and looked carefully. Bruce injected a little too much sedatives into her body, so the few of them were a little dumbfounded. After a while, they finally woke Barbara up. Gordon Sr. first asked his daughter how she was feeling. Barbara was dizzy and it took a while for her to understand that the treatment was over. She touched her back in disbelief. "I think I can feel it." The old director helped her walk a few shaky steps. The first few steps were thrilling, but the later they became more and more steady. Seeing that they had helped her take the lead, Sia watched them for another hour with a smile on her face. Thank you. When Barbara realized that she had completely returned to normal, she gave Sia a big hug, but then she felt that she had neglected everyone else. She only stopped when she reported everyone present, including everyone else. Gordon Sr., who was in tears, asked Thea to stay when he heard that she was leaving. He only stopped when he sent her to the tarmac at the back of the mountain. He was so grateful that he might even blow up the White House, let alone build a temple in Turkey. Thea had just started the plane and it was very noisy. When she saw the old director waving at her, she thought that he was sending her off and didn't care. However, when she saw him waving his hands and sweating, she realized that something had happened. She stopped the plane and asked, "What's wrong?" "Bruce called and asked us to hurry back. He's in the Batcave and it's urgent." Gordon Sr. put down his phone and shouted at her. Did something happen to Barbara again? That shouldn't be. She could only rush back to the Batcave with Gordon Sr. this time. They didn't have time to walk slowly. Gordon was so anxious that he was about to run. Thea couldn't walk fast in her high heels and short skirt. She could only wrap her body with magic and follow him into the cave. After entering the cave, the two of them discovered that Barbara was completely fine. She was continuously punching and kicking to recover her body's condition. Batman suddenly had a 1.8 m tall and 200 kilograms strong man beside him. He didn't have time to introduce him to Thea. Batman pondered for a few seconds before saying, "Miss Thea, I didn't want to trouble you anymore, but this matter still involves you." Then, he turned on the monitor in the room. "This is the citywide broadcast from 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago?" Thea knew that Batman was a very resolute person. If he said that it was related to her, then it was most likely related to her. She would just have to wait and see. The snowflakes on the screen lasted for less than 30 seconds, and a figure that was expected appeared on the screen. "Ha! Ha! 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 Smelly bat. Did you receive my gift? I heard that the red-haired beauty is your assistant." His face was deathly pale, and the large dark circles under his eyes exuded a sense of madness. However, the most eye-catching thing about him was his scarlet lips and the large gaps on both sides of his mouth. This person was too famous. Batman's nemesis. The Joker. Thea only remembered that the Joker was locked up by Batman. She didn't expect him to escape so quickly. He almost defeated Barbara in one blow. Thea couldn't help but look at Barbara. The red-haired beauty was trembling all over. She couldn't tell if it was from anger or fear, but it was probably a combination of both. The Joker on the screen took out a small knife from his dark purple suit. He ran his fingers through his yellow hair and flashed a smile that he thought was very elegant. However, his smile didn't look happy at all. "I know you've been looking for me like crazy. What do you want? Do you want revenge? You're crazy. Ha ha." The Joker on the screen roared at the camera. Thea saw from the corner of her eye that Batman was staring at the screen as if he didn't hear a thing. I spent a lot of effort to find a person who is very important to the smelly bat. Ladies and gentlemen in front of the television, let me formally introduce this distinguished guest to you. What? You're asking for his name? I really don't know his name. Maybe he'll say it himself. The Joker pretended in front of the camera. Then, he suddenly pulled a chair from the side of the screen. A young man was tied to the chair. The Joker tore off the tape around the young man's mouth. The knife in his hand kept moving around the young man's face. Ha! Ha! Can you tell everyone your name in front of the audience? Seeing this, Thea's feelings could only be expressed with one word, F***ck. The Joker kidnapped Damian Wayne. If she remembered correctly, Talia had entrusted her son to the ninja master. The Joker, who was just an ordinary person, went to Nandabat and kidnapped Damian under the noses of a group of bandits, assassins, and ninja masters. One must know that Sia was now planning to become a ninja master as a long-term goal, but this guy actually snuck in alone, and the worst thing was that he succeeded. On the screen, Damian Wayne's mental fortitude was not bad. My grandfather is a ninja master. You lunatic, let me go. The 6-year-old Damian also knew that Batman's identity could not be revealed. He was just using this situation to show his dissatisfaction and at the same time, to send a signal to the ninja masters outside. The Joker laughed and pushed Damian aside. Thea felt that the Joker might know Batman's true identity. Everything was just a game to him, a game where victory and defeat did not matter. Damian's little tricks were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Cut the screen. The Joker turned his head and ordered one of his men. The screen was dark, but soon, a series of photos appeared. Even though they were blurry, they could still see a red figure flying in the air. F***ck. Thea finally knew why Batman called her back. Wasn't that her on the screen? This should be the day when she blew up the Arkham gas pipeline and lured Solomon Grundy away. There were not many photos. The Joker quickly returned to the middle of the screen. This guy is the Smelly Bat's new partner. He seems to be related to the Smelly Bat in some way. In order to track him down, I spent a lot of time, and finally, I found him. Thea's heart skipped a beat. This guy found out about her identity. Did he go to Star City to commit a crime? Malcolm was a big villain. It was unlikely that he would be caught, and it was even more unlikely for Diana. Could it be Moira or Felicity? I found his sister. This brave boy's mother. The great love of a mother. She risked her life for her son. This mother very politely agreed to be my guest. Smelly Bat, you must hurry and save him. Ha! 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 The Joker finished and the screen went completely black. My sister? Who? Thea was a little dizzy. I only have 2 brothers. Who is this sister? She thought about it. A memory not too long ago surfaced in her mind. This guy caught Talia. Chapter 253. Thea's admiration for this person could only be described as a torrential river. Not only did this guy snatch the ninja master's grandson, but he also kidnapped his daughter. He was probably the only one who could fully express the meaning of the word courting death. As an ordinary person with no special abilities, no technological equipment, and no combat training, he was the only one who dared to offend a ninja master to such an extent. Talia, Damian, and Thea had nothing to do with him. She could ignore him and go home for dinner, but Batman had just agreed to take the blame for her, so it was not appropriate for her to just leave. Furthermore, the clown had already noticed her. If she did not get rid of him, who knew if Star City would be implicated? Thea did not care about these so-called high IQ criminals. If one magic couldn't get rid of them, she would use 2. Both sides had different worldviews, so how could they fight? What's your plan? Thea looked at Batman seriously. His wife and child were kidnapped, and Barbara was seriously injured. If he said that he did not have any ideas, then he was not a man. Let's split up. Did you bring your equipment? Batman suddenly realized that Thea's business suit and high heels did not seem suitable for combat. Thea took out a travel bag from her space ring and gestured to him. The few who had seen her magic were fine, but the future Red Hood and current second-generation Robin, Jason Todd, was shocked. He rubbed his eyes and could not see where such a big bump came from. The clown seems to have imprisoned the two of them separately. We each go in one direction and quickly save them. According to my judgment, he should be in this chemical plant. I'll go there. Batman pointed at a certain spot on the map. You can leave this factory to me. Okay. After saying that, Sia went to change her clothes with Barbara. With her physical fitness, she could wear the combat suit or not, but ordinary clothes were not very convenient in battle. Moreover, after being shot, the clothes would be full of holes, and it was easy to expose her body. Wait. Jason Todd shouted to stop them. Mr. Bruce, what about me? It's not that I don't trust this lady, I just think she needs some help. You haven't finished your training yet. Bruce had already changed into the batsuit. His voice was low and magnetic. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots were heard. Jason Todd shouted in dissatisfaction, "My marksmanship is good enough for all the missions. Guns are toys for the weak." Batman recited a famous quote from his father-in-law, the Ninja Master. Unfortunately, Jason Todd didn't listen at all. Batman was also having a headache. This second-generation Robin was too subjective. He simply couldn't listen to any advice. Helpless, he could only use his fists and feet to persuade him. It's normal that I can't beat you, but I don't believe that this woman is stronger than me. Jason Todd, whose face was bruised and swollen, was even more displeased. His pride could not accept being beaten up in front of so many people. Oh, so what if she's a woman? Do you want to see the power of a woman? Originally, their domestic violence had nothing to do with Thea, but Jason Todd's mention of a woman reminded Thea of Diana, who was very dissatisfied with the discrimination between men and women. Anger rose in her heart. Jason Todd's silence made his attitude clear. Thea could only send a message to Batman, "Don't blame me." This was his provocative look. Batman's eyes twitched a little. He shook his head gently, meaning that it was enough to teach him a lesson, but not cripple him. Thea stood 10 meters away. She stretched out her right hand and aimed at Jason Todd. In the latter's confused eyes, her magic burst out. The air was like a muffled thunder. Jason Todd's burly body seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer. His feet left the ground and he flew 5 or 6 meters away. If Jason Todd had been prepared, he would not have been so weak. However, he had not seen Thea's various tricks. Now that he was caught off guard, he fell to the ground with a thud. The Batcave was a cave. Master Bruce had made a lot of technological equipment, but the floor was not paved. The ground was uneven. This fall was very solid. Barbara had long been dissatisfied with this blockhead. In her heart, only one person was worthy of the title of Robin. This rough guy was nothing. Now that she saw him in such a bad luck, she almost laughed out loud. Jason Todd's 200-pound muscles were not just for show. His physique was also at the peak of an ordinary person. This blow could make an ordinary person lie down for a day, but to him, it was only to the extent of dizziness. He rubbed his head and got up, shouting, "This is witchcraft. I don't accept it. You dare to compete with me in marksmanship? Sure, let's have a civilized competition. It won't hurt the harmony." Thea had an idea and remembered a passage from a novel. Civilized competition? What was that? Jason Todd was not the only one who did not understand. Everyone in the room had never seen a civilized competition before. You shoot at me first. If you can hit me, you win. Then I'll shoot you. Do you dare? Thea said scornfully. I won't be responsible if something happens to you. Jason Todd raised his gun and aimed at Thea. He said with uncertainty. Thea did not say anything. She hooked her finger and signaled him to shoot. Jason Todd could now see that she was not an ordinary person. However, he did not aim at her fatal spots. Instead, he aimed at her limbs and fired continuously. He only looked at Thea when he ran out of bullets. Of course, Thea would not stand still and take the bullets. She was still far from having a body of steel. Now that she had obtained half of Ars's divinity, her dynamic vision was far better than when she was on Paradise Island. When she was facing the German soldiers, all the traces of bullets could not be hidden from her eyes. She picked up all the bullets with ease and looked at Jason Todd with a smile on her face. She opened her palm and revealed the bullets in her palm. Unfortunately, I didn't hit you. Is it my turn now? What the hell? Jason Todd was completely dumbfounded. He checked his gun again. That's right, it was his gun. It was not a fake gun. But how was this possible? Seeing Thea smiling as she took the gun from Barbara, he regretted it. He did not have the ability to catch bullets. No matter how many muscles he had, he could not block bullets. However, he would not admit defeat. With his personality, he could only grit his teeth and prepare to fight. All right, Barbara, take Thea to change her clothes. Let's get going. Batman saw Thea slowly raise her gun. He knew that she would not kill her new assistant. Although he wanted to teach Jason Todd a lesson, he felt that his wife and child were more important. He told her to stop fooling around. They still had business to attend to. Chapter 254. The process of changing was very fast. Other than preventing exposure during a firefight, it was also used to cover her face. With Thea's current physical strength, she could fully unleash the skateboard's maximum speed of 400 km per hour without any anti-compression equipment. The skateboard that had once tortured ours with its speed could no longer keep up with her strengthening speed. She urgently needed faster and stronger technological equipment. After asking for the location of the target, she took the communicator that Barbara handed to her and split up with Batman in the Batfighter. Barbara, whose computer skills were quite good, was now in the Batcave, relaying various information for them. As for Jason Todd, even if he was magnanimous, it would still take him a few days to recover from today's psychological trauma. Thea, Batman has already started fighting. Thea had just finished observing the battlefield when Barbara had already sent her the real-time situation on the other side. That's quite urgent. Thea muttered softly. Batman was not as indifferent to this relationship as he appeared to be towards Talia and her son. The two of them arrived at the target location around the same time. Thea's Eye of Horus had just roughly scanned the area when he had already rushed in. Rushing in without even a basic investigation was definitely not the fighting quality of someone who had dominated Gotham for many years. Back then, they had agreed to attack at the same time. Thea did not find any heavy weapons inside. She put away the skateboard and blasted open the metal door with an arrow before rushing in. Against these modern criminals with guns, Thea did not use any magic or the Chosen's talent. She only used the magic arrow that came with the divine bow. She activated the Eye of Horus and shot one person regardless of distance and distance. From the time she entered the mechanical processing factory, 7 to 8 criminals had fallen under her arrows in just 2 minutes. The factory had been abandoned for many years and was very messy. Piercing through too many objects would greatly reduce the visual range of the Eye of Horus. Thea took a full 5 minutes to find her target. Barbara, tell Batman that my target is his son. Roger. The clown's subordinates shared the same characteristic as him, they were all crazy. Thea didn't hold back at all. She killed everyone she saw. Her deterrence didn't work at all. These people acted as if they didn't see her. They all hid in corners and fired crazily. Rockets and grenades were fired from time to time. These people didn't even think about the serious problem of whether such a powerful weapon would bury everyone indoors. As expected, mental patients were the most terrifying. Thea shook her head and shot another 2 men with rocket launchers to death. Hey, this kid is quite spirited. Why are you glaring at me? Damian Wayne wasn't hard to find, or rather, these lunatics didn't plan on hiding him. Thea found Batman's son in a room full of junk. Seeing that there was still tape on his mouth, she tore it off for him. Idiot, there's a sneak attack. Kid scolded as soon as he opened his mouth, but he still reminded Thea. Thea had already discovered the person behind her with her psychic power. She was only afraid that the other party would take Damian as a hostage, so she deliberately exposed her weakness. On one hand, she wanted to lure the other party into a sneak attack, and on the other hand, she wanted to create an opportunity for herself to approach Damian. Now, facing the enemy's flying kick, she twisted her body and used her left hand to block the opponent's attack. When the opponent's body was in mid-air and full of openings, she clenched her right hand into a fist and punched the opponent's lower abdomen. Boom. Although she didn't bring her mechanical arm, Thea's current physical strength was no weaker than Bane's when he drank the poison. Her punch sent the opponent flying straight to the wall, creating a big hole in the wall. He flew 5 or 6 meters before landing on the ground. Just as she was about to untie Damien, Thea felt that something was wrong. She scanned with her psychic power and found that the enemy who was sent flying by her punch was still alive. Did the clown have such a strong subordinate? However, when she saw the other party slowly climb up from the pile of trash, her signature red and blue coat, and her beautiful figure, Thea realized that this wasn't just a bunch of small fries. There was actually a famous person hiding here. This person with a slightly crazed expression and a large baseball bat in her hand was the clown girl. However, this person was still able to stand up shakily after taking a direct hit from her. She was only wearing a dirty tank top, and there was no armor or clothes on her lower abdomen. There was only the mark of her own fist. This was definitely not a normal person's physique. Was she injected with some kind of enhancer? Interesting. It would have been troublesome to deal with this person when she first arrived in Gotham, but now, hey, you're Talia's sister? You're much stronger than her. Although the clown girl stood up, the feeling of being punched was not pleasant. She felt that her intestines were about to break, and she was only holding on for now. She's not my mother's sister. She's an imposter. Before Thea could say anything, the naughty child beside her started to strongly disagree. 3 black lines appeared on Thea's forehead. What do you think you're doing? Imposter. I wouldn't even bother to impersonate Talia's sister, Nissa. As expected, naughty children are the most annoying. If it wasn't for Batman, I would have beaten the *T out of you. Depressed, Thea was too lazy to explain that there was a beautiful misunderstanding. In fact, she welcomed this kind of misunderstanding. Clown duo, if you have any grievances in the future, you can go to the Ninja Master. Of course, it would be even better if you misunderstood that I'm Darkseid's relative. It would be nice to think about how the clown blasted the Apocalypse Star into space dust. Cut the crap. Come here. Thea nimbly cast Magician's hand and dragged the clown girl to her front. The clown girl was trying to say more while waiting for her body to recover. Unfortunately, Thea observed the clown girl closely. Although the clown girl's face was painted red and blue, making her look like a monster from afar, she was actually quite good-looking. Her body was exactly what all men in this era dreamed of. How could she be a lunatic? The naughty child, Damien, was completely silent. He no longer dared to make a fuss about the imposter. From his point of view, he only saw Sia waving her hand, and the clown girl appeared in front of them with her feet off the ground. It was as if there was a pair of invisible big hands in the air that were strangling her neck. This scene still had a lot of impact on Damien, who was only 6 years old despite his maturing mind. He looked at Thea's face from the corner of his eye. Is she really here to save me? She can't be father's enemy, can she? Even though he told himself to stay calm, his legs still felt weak. Damn it, what kind of eyes are you looking at? The clown girl was almost suffocating. She was not afraid of death, but Thea's look of looking at her as if she was some kind of rare animal made her angry. She pulled out her revolver and aimed at Thea's head. She can still move. This was a little out of Thea's expectations. She reached out 2 fingers and caught the bullet. Under the clown girl's horrified gaze, she also took the revolver from her. She held it in her hand and gestured a few times. The gun felt really good, but unfortunately, Thea had no love for it. Chapter 255. The gun was a good gun with excellent performance in all aspects. As for people, Thea kept looking at the clown girl. Should she strangle her or shoot her? Forget it, she's a woman after all. Why should a woman make things difficult for another woman? Let's see if there's any chance of saving her. Thea withdrew the idea of killing the clown girl and silently used her mental power to try to brainwash her again. However, the magic that worked every time encountered a setback for the first time. The clown girl actually resisted her mental invasion. This was something new. Thea increased the output of her magical power again. Initially, her magical power entered smoothly, but it was soon attacked by a strong mental wave. Both sides fought to a draw. In the end, Thea was afraid that the strong mental wave would burn the clown girl's brain, so she unilaterally withdrew her magical power. This B*TCH could actually resist the mental magic with her crazy willpower. It was Thea's first time seeing something so non-magical. She was even more curious. However, looking at the clown girl's pained face, it must have been a huge burden for her when the two forces fought in her mind. If she could resist it, wouldn't the clown's mental resistance be even stronger? I'll spare your life today. When I have time in the future, I'll find a few mental patients in Star City and study them. Thea turned the gun and knocked the clown girl unconscious with the butt of the gun. She untied Damien and threw the clown girl's gun to him for self-defense. Thea contacted the Bat Cave. Barbara, the child has been rescued. How's Batman? Do you need my support? Before Barbara could say anything, Batman's voice came from the communication device. You go back first, I'll be right there. She could hear that the battle on Batman's side was not over yet. The sound of gunshots and his fists hitting the clown girl's face could be heard continuously. The arrogant Batman. Since he said that he didn't need support, then forget it. His relationship with the clown was too complicated. It was better for outsiders not to get involved. After placing the clown girl behind the skateboard, Thea asked Damien, "Kid, are you afraid of heights?" You. How dare you look down on me? My grandfather is a ninja master." Although Damien was in awe of her strange abilities, he still grumbled unhappily. Okay, I got it. Come up and stand still, don't move." Thea interrupted his bragging and placed him in front of her. What's so great about that? If it wasn't for the fact that the ninja master was backed by the 3 palace demons, I would have dealt with him a long time ago. Pulling Damien along, he slowly flew out of the mechanical processing plant. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Damien was a little surprised. Are you really my father's companion? He doesn't kill people. The corpses on the ground were all killed with a single blow. It could be seen that the person who killed them didn't hesitate at all. Damien, who had already begun training under the ninja master, could see this. However, there were no sharp weapons left on these people's fatal spots. This made the 6-year-old Damien a little puzzled. He didn't know how Thea killed so many people. I'm not his subordinate, and I'm not from Gotham. He can't control me. Thea couldn't be bothered to brag about her bloody experience in Gotham to a child who was only a few years old. Back in Arkham, Batman didn't say anything when she went in and out, and there were corpses everywhere. He probably knew her habits when he asked her to come and save people. Moreover, she didn't kill all of them. There was still a guy with a name behind the skateboard. After leaving the processing plant, Thea added an air shield on Damien's body. It could effectively resist the pressure of flying at high speed. As for the unconscious clown girl behind him, her body seemed to be much stronger than a normal person's, so she didn't have to worry about her. The skateboard was very fast. They flew back to the Batcave in 20 minutes. Knowing that Batman was still cleaning up, Thea handed the clown girl over to Barbara. It was up to them to kill or cut her up in the future. She changed back into her own clothes and used the Batcave's network to handle some work matters remotely. As the CEO of Quinn Group, she had very little free time. Every day, there were a lot of trivial matters bothering her. In order not to disappoint Moira, she could only force herself to deal with them. Fortunately, after being transformed by divine power, her intelligence and wisdom were far superior to that of ordinary people. She took advantage of the time to deal with some work every day, and it didn't drag down her training too much. Although the 6-year-old Damien was precocious, he was still a little nervous when he suddenly ran into a completely unfamiliar environment. He didn't know anyone around him. Barbara was paying attention to Batman's battle situation. When Jason Todd saw Thea coming in, he hid far away. Both of them ignored him. Gordon Sr.'s attitude was very friendly. He didn't care if the child was hungry or thirsty. The way he coaxed the child made Damien a little depressed. When he saw that Thea had changed back into her regular clothes, the Urban Beauty's outfit made him a little stunned. Although he didn't want to admit defeat, he was still a little shocked. This woman was really beautiful. Slowly walking to Thea's side and glancing at the documents on her laptop, Damien pretended to ask casually, "You're also an employee of Wayne Enterprises? You're very motivated." Thea was amused by the naughty child. "I'll say it again. I'm not your father's subordinate. Although my company's market value is not as good as Wayne Enterprises, the gap isn't that big. Not just anyone can hire me. Do you accept employment? Damien asked in a low voice. Thea looked away from the office documents. What did this child mean? You want to hire me? I'm not short of money. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by a rush of footsteps. Thea, come and help take a look. She fell into a sulfuric acid pool. It was Batman's voice. Could it be that something earth-shattering happened to make his voice change? Thea put away her laptop and walked over quickly. Oh my God. When she walked to Batman's side, she smelled a strong corrosive smell. His batsuit was stained with a lot of unknown chemicals, but he didn't care about himself at all. His eyes were focused on the woman in his arms. Looking at the woman in front of him who was corroded by various chemicals, she didn't even look human anymore. Was this Talia? Thea looked down at Damien who followed her. The child clenched his fists tightly, his little face was extremely tense, and he was trying hard not to cry. Was it really Talia? Thea looked at the woman's face again. The corrosion was too strong, but she could still vaguely see the shadow of the woman who had fought with her for 80 rounds. Thea, her injuries are very serious. Can you save her life first? Batman had completely lost his composure. His usual calmness was thrown out of the window. He was constantly injecting various injections into Talia's body, trying to keep her heart beating. Let me do it. Thea pushed Batman away and operated the Eye of Horus with all her might, constantly looking for all kinds of toxic and harmful substances that were corroding her body. The situation was not optimistic. All kinds of chemicals were madly corroding her body. If it wasn't for Batman constantly injecting her with various injections, she would have died long ago. Chapter 256. There were many chemicals that had invaded Talia's body. Some were acidic, some were alkaline, some were metallic, and some were non-metallic. Thea wasn't acting this time. She had learned magic power during this period of time and was now quite proficient. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to do such a delicate job. She kept wrapping the toxins in Talia's body with magic power. Because she didn't know how harmful these green things were, she didn't dare to extract them from her pores. Thea directly made a big cut on Talia's arm and squeezed out a large mass of unknown chemicals. Her heartbeat has stabilized. Batman had been staring at several instruments. Now that the chemicals had been extracted, he knew that Talia's life was saved. His efforts weren't in vain. Phew, Thea also breathed a sigh of relief. She was under the most pressure. She had used up a lot of her spirit and divine power, but the magic operation wasn't finished yet. Now Talia's condition had changed from dying to half dead. If Thea didn't do anything, she would basically be in a vegetative state. There were still a lot of chemicals in Talia's body. Many of them had already attached to her internal organs. Thea's knowledge of chemistry was far from enough to identify all the categories. At first, she only extracted all the lethal ones that she knew. She wasn't very sure about the rest. Maybe the two substances would react and kill Talia. Batman was needed here. After learning about Thea's problem, he said that he would be the one to solve it. He didn't need the help of others and ran off to the side to mill and grind the detection equipment. Thea naturally couldn't stay idle. She took out her laptop and connected to the internet to analyze on the spot. When she encountered something she couldn't determine, Batman, the humanoid computer, would ask. She extracted a few more highly harmful chemicals. The rest was really hard to determine. Fortunately, Batman was very fast. She didn't know what he had dismantled. It took him half an hour to make something that looked like a metal rod. Scanning Talia's body, he could collect the trace elements emitted from her body and connect to the main computer in the Batcave to analyze the characteristics and toxicity of the substances. There was no need for Thea to guess blindly like a blind man touching an elephant. It seemed much more reliable. From time to time, Batman had to calculate the ratio of several chemicals to see if they were harmful to the capillaries, the intestines, and the respiratory tract. Sometimes 4 or 5 substances were mixed together, creating a messy relationship that even a genius like Batman couldn't figure out. What he couldn't do, Thea didn't bother to think about it. She just used the hard way. She made a deep cut near those unknown chemical substances and took them out first. Not far away, Damien watched as Thea cut her mother until she was covered in wounds. His heart ached terribly, but he also knew that it was time to save her mother's life. He watched them busying themselves anxiously. Halfway through, Barbara and Jason Todd also joined in to help, bandaging the wounds and cleaning the ground. The entire bat cave smelled very good. A large amount of blood mixed with countless chemicals extracted from Talia's body made Barbara dizzy and cover her nose. Jason Todd was a tough guy, but looking at his wobbly legs, it was obvious that he was forcing himself to hold on. "Are you completely fine?" Batman asked Gordon Sr. to take Damien out first, but after a while, he couldn't hold on any longer. He was too close, and he felt his vision turn black. He knew that he was still affected by the chemicals. In order to keep his mind clear, he took out a gas mask and put it on. Only then did he feel better. But seeing that Thea's face was still normal and there wasn't a drop of blood on her body, he couldn't help but ask. "Huh?" Thea was studying the dark brown substance hovering near Talia's kidney. Hearing his question, she answered without thinking, "This smell doesn't affect me." Batman nodded, indicating that he understood. "Isn't it just super endurance? You're not the first person with this ability, so it's not rare. I'll note it down later." Thea didn't know that in Batman's little black notebook, there was a note about her super endurance right after her X-ray vision. After helping for half an hour, Barbara felt that she had done her best. She didn't have anything to do with Talia at all. Using the excuse that her injuries hadn't healed, she went home to sleep. This day's experience was really legendary for her. She came to the Batcave lying down, and now she could walk back as if nothing had happened. She needed to go home and think carefully about whether today was a dream. Jason Todd was a real man. Seeing that Thea was fine, he didn't wear a gas mask because he didn't want to admit defeat. Unlike Batman, he wasn't in close contact and could walk to the entrance of the cave to get some fresh air from time to time. Finally, he lasted an hour longer than Barbara and finally went back to rest. Halfway through, Thea called Star City. Talia's injuries were very complicated, and she wouldn't be able to go home for dinner. Batman politely said that he would be the host and treat her to a meal. Thea waved her hand, indicating that they should save the person in front of them from the gates of hell first. The two worked together for an entire night. Catwoman, who hadn't shown up for a day, greeted Thea and found that they were treating Talia. Although she was a little jealous, she didn't say anything when she saw that Talia's face was disfigured and she almost didn't look like a human anymore. After staying in the room for a while, she also felt that the smell was too inhuman, so she left. Finally, when the sun was about to rise, the two finished treating Talia. Using Batman's self-made scanning device twice, all the toxic and harmful substances in Talia's body were removed. However, the chemical substances lingering in her body for a long time still caused a devastating impact on her health. All of Talia's organs were severely damaged. She couldn't even move normally, let alone recover. Miss Thea, the follow-up treatment. Batman was a little speechless. He already owed her a favor by treating Barbara. Now that he hadn't returned the old favor, how could he ask for a new one? He was already very grateful that Thea had helped him for an entire night. However, when he saw Talia's condition, he remembered the passionate woman from before. His heart ached as if it was being stabbed by a knife. In the end, he went against his principles and shamelessly asked for help. It seemed that Catwoman's task of changing her name from Selina Kyle to Selina Wayne was a little difficult. Who said that Batman didn't have feelings for Talia? Thea sighed. After all, her friendship with Catwoman was deeper. However, she couldn't reject Batman's request. Actually, the best way to treat Talia is Ninja Master's Lazarus Pool. Chapter 257. The Pool of Lazarus. Batman's eyes lit up instantly, but he seemed to have thought of something and went silent again. No, Ninja Master said that the pool is connected to the devil's territory, and the souls of those who soak in it will be pulled into hell. Master has many children and juniors, and he watched them die of natural causes. He has never let any of the juniors soak in the pool. Batman shook his head and rejected the idea. Devil's territory, pulled souls into hell. Thea checked the information she knew, but she couldn't tell. Ninja Master was really good to his son-in-law, telling him such a secret. Talia might not even know about these things. Thea instantly abandoned the idea of dragging Batman to Ninja Master. Their relationship was much better than she thought. Looks like I still have to treat her. For such a serious injury, purely using magic to treat it would consume a lot of Thea's body. She didn't want to save her. How did Talia get hurt like this? Batman seemed to be a little reluctant to recall, but he still briefly explained. She was pushed into the chemical pool by Joker. Thea nodded. This was quite in line with Joker's habit. He would jump into the chemical pool to take a bath whenever he had nothing to do. He and Joker could resist the high poison resistance, but Talia's delicate skin couldn't. However, Thea finally thought of a way to treat her through the pool. It was a means between magic and ritual that was first found in the Orb of Horus. The ancient Egyptian pharaohs were crazy about immortality, and they tried all kinds of experiments, both humane and inhumane. They really found some ways to combine witchcraft, magic, and alchemy, and they recorded a few proven effective methods on the handle of the Sphere of Horus. When they were on the Wave Rider, the artificial intelligence Gideon had specially translated a lot of relevant information for Thea. How about this? I have a way to save her, but the ancient magic is different from the modern environment. Some conditions are not met, and I need some time to prepare. Also, Talia's body is too weak now. The effect of magic is to accelerate the body's self-healing, but her current physical condition doesn't have the foundation for recovery. Can you use medical methods to replenish enough nutrients? I'll go back and prepare. You can bring her to Star City in a week for treatment. You know that I've just taken over the Ryan Group, and I'm so busy every day. Thea shrugged, indicating that she could not come to Gotham every day to save his wife. Since he was a free man, he should come to Star City. All right, I'll leave everything to you. In this day and age, it was the patients who accommodated the doctors. Which doctor accommodated the patients? Batman felt that this was normal. He was well versed in medicine and knew that Talia's body was too weak at the moment. It was not the best time to treat her. The two agreed to contact each other again next time. Thea told him not to wake Talia up by force, and that it would be best if he could keep her under anesthesia. She flew the plane out of Wayne's old house alone. After Thea left his sight, she did not return to Star City directly. Instead, she took a detour to a residential area in Gotham. Thea, long time no see. The one who greeted her with a smile was the little beauty Shadow, who had been abducted from Purgatory Island. How is your father? What you said on the phone was vague. At the mention of her father, Shadow's expression was strange. She was confused, and hopeful. Come and take a look. Thea had always been curious about the court's revival technology. When she returned to Star City, she received a call from Shadow, saying that Yarrow Fei's heart had miraculously recovered. Thea decided to come and take a look. Shadow was now living alone with her father in an apartment. According to the court's investigation, Yarrow Fei had been shot in the head. With the help of genetic repair technology, his missing brain tissue had grown back, but no one could say for sure if he could recover his memories. Yarrow Fei's situation was similar to many vegetative patients. He had a heartbeat and breathing, but his consciousness was almost blank. Shadow could accept this result. There was always hope if he was alive. After learning that the follow-up would depend on the patient's recovery, she rejected the court's arrangement and took care of her father alone. She worked at a Chinese restaurant to support their daily expenses. Thea walked into the small house they had lived in for more than a month. She could tell that Shadow had put in a lot of effort for her father. The air in the room was fresh, and the layout was organized. Old man Yarrow Fei was lying on the bed with his eyes closed and a serene expression on his face. Other than his messy hair being shaved off, there was nothing special about him. She secretly used the Eye of Horus to observe his condition. The court's diagnosis was correct. Yarrow Fei's head wound had healed. The main reason he could not wake up was because of his missing memories. This made it difficult for Thea. There were too many things involved in memory, and she did not have a good solution. This was similar to how she erased Steve's memory. Once she erased it, it was gone. It could not be recovered. If the memory existed, it existed. If it did not exist. No matter how powerful she was, she could not make a memory appear out of thin air. I'm sorry. I don't have a good solution. Shadow knew about her supernatural abilities on Purgatory Island. When she heard that Thea could not do anything about it, her eyes darkened. Do you plan to stay in America or go back? Yarrow Fay was completely insignificant in Sia's eyes, but Shadow was a pitiful woman who deserved her sympathy. My father read a statement on Purgatory Island. We can't go back. Plus, the medical technology here is more advanced, Shadow answered quickly. It was obvious that she had thought about this question many times. Her answer was logical and not rushed. The medical technology here is more advanced. Thea thought to herself. If you wait a few more years, there will be more aliens with superpowers. Each one of them is a walking nuclear bomb. The casualty rate is so high. How can the medical technology not be advanced? However, there was no need to tell Shadow this. Then come back to Star City with me. Gotham is too chaotic. Thea had her reasons for saying this. Barbara had just recovered, and Talia was severely injured. Although the Joker was locked up by Batman again, Batman needed a place to vent his anger. Gotham's criminals were the best target. Although Gotham was full of ordinary people, a fight could cause a scene as grand as Mars crashing into Earth. It was better not to let Shadow see such a violent scene. In comparison, Star City was much safer without Green Arrow. Some people said that superheroes were the source of chaos. This was a little arbitrary, but it was not completely wrong. If Gotham did not have Batman, it would have a different kind of balance. The people would not have to write a will and say goodbye to their families every time they went out to buy groceries. Now, Central City without the Flash and Star City without Green Arrow could effectively prove this point by looking at the positive and optimistic attitude of the citizens. Chapter 258. If you don't mind me asking, what kind of work do you do? Thea couldn't tell if the little girl was still in school or had worked before. She looked quiet and well-educated. She couldn't have dropped out of school early like Oliver, right? I've been studying forensic science, but I didn't graduate. Shadow now had some understanding of Gotham's public security. What capitalist metropolis? Bullshit. It was too chaotic here. Thankfully, Shadow was skilled. Otherwise, she would have died with her comatose father. Forensic science. It seems to be a pretty high-end job. Sia said that she would take care of everything and leave it to her. With her current relationship with the Star City Police Department, no one would say anything even if she didn't do anything. She told Shadow to pack her luggage and set off for Star City. On the way, Thea called a detective from the Star City Police Department and Detective Lance. The new detective, who was working closely with the police, didn't even ask about the person's profession or specialty. She didn't even ask if the person was a man or a woman. Detective Lance was a little dissatisfied with her decision, but he didn't interfere too much. After helping Shadow find a place to live, the Quinn Group had purchased a large amount of land in the slums during the reign of Robert Sr. and Moira. Although Sia had worked hard to bring down the property prices of the entire Star City by 20%, she still had a lot of land in her hands. Knowing that Shadow had a strong sense of pride and was unwilling to accept too much help from her, Sia found a small apartment for the father and daughter to live in. Thea told Shadow to let her know if she needed anything, but she felt that her whereabouts were uncertain. She wouldn't be surprised if she went to another planet one day. She also left Felicity's phone number with Shadow, telling her that she could trust her and that she didn't have to look for her. After a busy day, Thea felt that she hadn't missed anything, so she flew back to the Quinn mansion. She was going to discuss with Moira how to cooperate with Batman to make big news. All the work was carried out in an orderly manner. In private, several senior government officials scoffed at what Quinn Group had done, but it was true that there was no harm to all the interests. They received the money very quickly, but when it came to the specific situation, they neither nodded nor shook their heads. The attitude of a senator named Hammond was particularly bad. After receiving money from the Quinn Group, he didn't even say a single good word. Instead, he mocked Sia and scolded her. In the end, he even used a look of concern for a mentally challenged child to warn Thea that young people should be down to earth and not bite off more than they could chew. I must kill him. At the dinner table, Moira had been pulling Thea, fearing that she would slap this talkative senator to death. This is infuriating. On the way home, Thea had been nagging. Several times, she wanted to send the court to catch this bastard in front of her and teach him a lesson, but in the end, she gave up under Moira's persuasion. After calming down, Thea had to admire Superman's good temper. The ugly faces of these people in power, even an earthling like her had the intention to kill, but he, a strong alien, was able to endure it. His self-restraint was really not simple. But calming down was one thing. She didn't intend to let this bastard go. She had even stabbed ours to death, so why would she be afraid of a senator with an empty title? She even dared to attack Washington when he made her unhappy. But after the two sides met, something happened to him. Anyone could contact her. Thea was going to wait for a month, and when things calmed down, she would kill him. She wrote down this person's name on the first page of the small black book, Senator Hammond of Seaside City, and wrote the date on the side. Don't do it now. Moira saw her writing action. If she wrote it down so solemnly on the first page, she definitely wasn't going to thank him. She knew Thea's current ability, and she was not a soft-hearted person. She looked around and whispered to Thea. Understood, he can live for another month. The mother and daughter smiled without saying anything. It was self-evident who this he was. Time passed quickly, and a week flew by. Batman and Thea made an appointment to ask for the address, and then rushed over in his Batfighter in the middle of the night. This city is very quiet. Damien, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, insisted on following for some unknown reason. Batman also wanted to spend more time with his father. Thinking that there were no battles in Star City, he agreed after a little hesitation. Now, facing his son's question, he did not know how to answer. There were not many fights here, let alone battles. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Compared to Gotham, where submachine guns would begin to hiss at night, Star City was peaceful and looked like heaven. Was the difference that big? There were millions of people in Star City, but it was really peaceful here. Although Batman had flown through the city in a fighter jet, there were no violent scenes of robbery or murder in the city. Since there were no criminals, there was no need for a superhero, right? Soon, they arrived at Thea and Felicity's secret base. When they met, Batman could not wait to ask, "Your city is really great, what's the secret?" When Thea understood his question, she was a little speechless. What secret was there? The large gangs were all under Malcolm's control, and the few scattered gangs were not a threat at all. The rest of the unemployed were sent back to work, and the active ones were sent to other cities. After working hard for a day, they went to bed early. The small gangs could not find any new blood even if they wanted to. Several factors contributed to Star City's current peaceful and stable situation. After Moira came to power, she had a good reputation and spread her influence to the surrounding cities. In half a year, Star City gained hundreds of thousands of residents, all of whom migrated from the nearby cities that were rescued by the superheroes. We're a small city, after all, small cities are like this, Thea replied embarrassedly. Batman brought Damien and Barbara, whom they had met before. Thea mainly introduced the naughty child to Felicity. After learning that he was Batman's son, Felicity, who had a good relationship with Catwoman, could not help but worry for her friend. This child is already so big. Can you win against him? Thea led them to a separate room. As soon as they entered the room, they covered their noses. What a strong smell of blood. That's right, this is a secret technique developed by the ancient Egyptian pharaohs to seek immortality. It's called the blood pool. The effect is a little slow, but there are no after effects. It's suitable for Talia's recovery, Thea explained to Batman as she pointed at the large square pool in front of them. Talia will absorb the essence of the blood to slowly heal her injuries. Optimistically, it will take about a month. If you don't have any questions, shall we begin? When the doctor asked the patient if they had any questions, the subtext was, "I don't want to talk nonsense with you, hurry up and pay for the hospitalization." Chapter 259. In ancient times, The process of healing a blood pool was considered to be infuriating. However, in modern times, many conditions were extremely convenient. There was no need to massacre villages and cities to collect human blood. There was plenty of fresh blood in the hospital blood bank. As long as you paid, there would be unemployed people fighting to donate blood. Blood would coagulate very quickly. The solution that the ancient people came up with was to burn as much firewood as possible to maintain the temperature of the blood. In modern times, it was not so troublesome. There were a few rounds of resistance wire around the pool. When needed, electricity was enough to maintain the heat. Take off her clothes and put her in the pool. Thea measured the temperature. It was quite suitable. She signaled Batman to stop daydreaming and quickly carry her in. Me. Batman was a little dazed. Usually, he was the one who ordered others to do this and that. Now that he was being ordered around, he was a little uncomfortable. He looked around and saw that the room was full of women. Damien was still a child. It seemed that he was the most suitable. Sia knew that there weren't many opportunities like this, so she ordered Batman to get busy. These are Egyptian hieroglyphs. Batman placed Talia in the pool and began to observe the patterns that Thea had carved on the walls. Yes, it is not accurate to call this a spell. This is closer to a ritual. Thea continued to add magic to the hieroglyphs on the walls. When the walls were completely lit up, the blood in the pool began to flow slowly. There was a tendency to form a whirlpool. The center of the whirlpool was the unconscious Talia. Thea walked to the side and connected the blood pool with electricity. Maintain this temperature. The blood will speed up her recovery. After 3 days, change the blood pool. Are you going to stay here or? I'll go back to Gotham first. I'll come back in 3 days. Batman looked at Thea's treatment method, which was a mix of ancient rituals, medieval magic, and modern technology. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that it was very strange. However, Talia's expression was indeed much more relaxed. He was secretly relieved. Leaving Barbara and Damien behind, he returned to Gotham alone. Bruce, I don't know if I'm old and deaf, but you want me to build some temple in Turkey in the name of you and Wayne Group? The old black man, Lucius Fox, looked at Bruce Wayne, who was sitting in the president's office with his mouth wide open. You're right, old man. Bruce took off his batsuit and came to Wayne Enterprises in a suit. His face twitched a little, but as a man of his word, he had to do what he promised. It had been a week since Thea started treating Talia, and he could tell that Talia was gradually recovering. 2 days ago, when Talia woke up, the family of 3 even said a few words. He owed them too many favors. Even if he originally intended to be perfunctory, now he had to treat it as his own business. Thea had already opened up a channel in Turkey, and the politicians in Turkey were all smiles after receiving a huge reward. They couldn't wait to get as much as they could from this act of destroying the country's reputation and fattening their own pocket. The Prime Minister in charge of the government still had a bit of patriotism. After receiving a promise that they wouldn't station troops or build a secret base, he tacitly agreed to this action. In short, you can publicize it with great fanfare, but our government won't see or hear it. Whatever you do has nothing to do with us. With the local government settled, the only thing left to settle was how to persuade the American government to take charge of this matter under the premise of Bruce being a target. With Batman's highest IQ on Earth, he could imagine how much criticism he would attract once he made a move. However, when he saw Barbara, who could run and jump, old Gordon, who was full of smiles, and the mother and son who stayed in Star City every day, he felt that this was nothing. Isn't it just sacrificing a little face? I have plenty. Having made up his mind, Batman immediately changed into a suit and came to Wayne Enterprises. He looked for his old partner, Lucius Fox, to discuss the details of this matter. Is there a new type of energy buried under that place? The old man asked in a low voice. No. Bruce Wayne shook his head. It was just a piece of stone. Unless the stone could generate electricity, he couldn't see any energy source there. Then there's some kind of weapon that can destroy the world. Something like an ancient weapon? The old man thought of his hidden profession and automatically filled in the gaps in his mind. I'm sorry, I've used 3 types of radiation and 2 types of spectra to investigate. There's nothing there. Bruce was speechless. Did you think I didn't think of it? He had tested all the technological methods on Earth, and it was just a piece of wasteland with only a few tens of thousands of tourists every year. The old man touched his head. This isn't it, that isn't it. Are you trying to make fun of me by coming to my office so early in the morning? Even if you're the boss, I'll still spit at you. Bruce could see his dissatisfaction. Talia and the old man had been on bad terms back then. He had kept Talia and her mother a secret and only explained what had happened to Gordon and his daughter. Lucius also knew what had happened to Gordon. Now that he knew that his daughter was safe and sound, he couldn't help but feel happy for him. However, when he thought about how the matter that Gordon Sr. had promised to him in the end, he still felt a little depressed. But at least he knew the severity of the matter. If Gordon were to step in, his reputation would be ruined by half. It would be much better if Wayne Enterprises stepped in. This was the principle of sharing the damage. If it was fatal to one person, it would be fatal to 10,000 people. At most, they would lose a strand of hair. He glared at Bruce. You're really giving me a hard time. I'll make it happen. After shooing away Bruce Wayne, who had come to cause trouble early in the morning, the old man held an emergency board meeting. Bruce hadn't been able to join the board due to various boycotts. His shares were held by the old man, so he was qualified. The result of the meeting was neither happy nor depressing. Now, Wayne Enterprises had more than 20 directors. Thea controlled more than half of them openly and secretly. She had instructed them early on to neither support nor oppose today's proposal. The old man thought that the proposal would be met with fierce opposition, but he found that most people chose to abstain. In the end, the proposal passed with a very low percentage. Since it was approved, he could only accept the reality and began to do all kinds of lobbying work in the name of Bruce and Wayne Enterprises. The efficiency of the government had always been sluggish. The old man found a few elites in the group's publicity department to discuss the follow-up development. The elites were puzzled by this behavior that had nothing to do with their own business, but they had to admit that the spirit of the European and American contract was worth advocating. They didn't waste any time. Since they were paid, they would think of a solution for you. Not to mention destroying a temple, they would even help you destroy Mars. Needless to say, the more people there were, the more firewood there would be. The few of them finally came up with a set of somewhat radical but effective publicity strategies. Chapter 260. Spread the news that we're going to push all 8 miracles together. Then cancel 7 and push only 1. When Bruce returned to the old mansion after another night of fighting criminals, Lucius handed him the crystallization of collective wisdom. Being proficient in psychology, he could understand the wisdom contained in this. The plan was very good and had a high chance of success. But the discussion on the first day will be huge. The old black man spoke his mind. Afraid of being implicated, the old black man had already deployed 3 bulletproof cars and hired 8 bodyguards. In order to prevent the news from spreading, he was different from the old butler, Fu, and Gordon. Both of them were soldiers when they were young, and Fu was from the British Special Forces. The old black man was an intellectual when he was young. What if he met a few hot-blooded young men who wanted to beat him up? It was always good to be cautious. He still wanted to live a few more years. This scope is too big. Let's modify it. Set it as those that have been destroyed. We can't touch that indescribable country and Egypt. Bruce thought for a while and proposed an improvement plan. His vision was far greater than the few workers and was not limited to what was in front of him. It was barely acceptable to define it as repairing damaged ancient buildings on a small scale, but you want to demolish those that are still intact. What are you thinking? Will the political leaders of various countries interpret that America is trying to establish a new hegemony? What about demolishing and rebuilding? You want America to become a true United States. That's a dream. No doubt, the battle will last until dawn. When World War III starts, we'll drop 100 nuclear bombs first. The old black man was also frightened by the scene he described. He made up his mind to send the elite who gave the suggestion to the cleaning department when he returned. It was useless for anyone to plead for mercy. Out of a sense of social responsibility, we feel the loss of traditional culture. We will demolish and rebuild these world-class buildings at the original location. Thank you, everyone. The next day, the old black man, Lucius, gathered all the media he could find and announced the shocking news under the sleepy eyes of the crowd. Then, he quickly ran away. Ah! Did you hear that? What is Wayne Group doing? It seems like they want to rebuild something. Let me listen to your voice recorder. After Lucius left, the entire press conference fell into a strange atmosphere. The reporters were inquiring about the news from each other. Initially, they were whispering, but in the end, they all converged into one voice. F***CK, F***CK, F***CK. Wayne Corporation was going to make big news. When Bruce Wayne's feat was first revealed by the media, the public didn't believe it. The 8 wonders of the world had stood tall for so many years. Who would be so bored as to want to rebuild them? Wouldn't that be crazy? Everyone thought that it was a ridiculous move by the Gotham playboy to attract attention because he had nothing better to do. However, as Wayne Enterprises continued to hold briefings, they surveyed the land today and solicited ancient architectural designers from all over the world tomorrow. Only then did everyone realize that Bruce Wayne was serious this time. Like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples, the entire society started a heated discussion about this matter. As a young American with no heritage, this move was akin to spreading martial arts across the world, destroying the heritage of all countries with historical culture and pulling everyone to the same level. Many rebellious youths, who had been brainwashed by liberal democratic ideology, shouted loudly in support of Bruce Wayne in front of the cameras of the major media outlet. That was their idol. In the blind pursuit of these people, several high-tech products of Wayne Enterprises were almost sold out, and even the company's stock price rose slightly. Most of the domestic politicians in the United States felt that this matter had nothing to do with them and neither supported nor opposed it. A few guys who had received money from Wayne Corporation also expressed their support in the corners. The military was in deep trouble in Iraq and was very happy that Wayne Enterprises helped them divert the attention of the global media. A general named Ryan even publicly expressed his support. Compared to the tepid reaction in the United States, it was much more intense abroad. The British, who had a traditional relationship with the United States across the sea, thought that this was another test by the Americans to abandon their traditions and forget their ancestors. The Prime Minister, who was from the Conservative Party, scolded Bruce Wayne by name for 15 minutes in a televised speech. Even Amanda Waller, who was training Oliver as an agent in Hong Kong, was alarmed. She had just sent her subordinates to receive the clown girl. In fact, she wanted the clown more, but Batman's attitude was extremely tough. They could talk about anything else, but the clown girl would never be given to her. The two sides almost fell out because of this. Amanda was very upset. She thought that Batman would stop for a few days, but when this big news reached her ears, she was still shocked speechless. Her first reaction was that Batman was crazy. Not the kind of crazy that was used as a modifier, but really crazy. But after gathering the information from all sides, she found that he was just like a normal person and didn't do anything antisocial or anti-human. It doesn't make sense. Why would Bruce do this kind of thing? Could it be a split personality? She instructed her subordinates to investigate. She investigated carefully and went through all the information behind the scenes. Amanda didn't believe that Batman had nothing to do and was so free that he would make fun of people all over the world. The Heaven's Eye Society's intelligence network was built with a lot of money. As the top management deliberately suppressed Steve Trevor's power, more and more resources were concentrated in Amanda Waller's hands. A task force that was good at dealing with intelligence was busy for a day and finally sent the behind-the-scenes results to Amanda's desk. Wayne Corporation was the one who pushed this in the first place. Amanda, who was rolling in conspiracies every day, automatically thought of Oliver Wayne, who was under her control. Was there a connection between these two things? After thinking about it repeatedly, she felt that there was no connection. She had accidentally found Oliver Wayne, and the Wayne family shouldn't have known that he was still alive. Then, this matter was pushed by Thea Wayne, who had a good personal relationship with Batman. Amanda didn't sleep for a night, and she couldn't figure out the purpose of Thea building the temple. Batman was such an unruly person. How could he be the scapegoat? There must be some inside story that she didn't know. She continued to investigate. This time, it was not easy to investigate. His subordinates busied themselves for half a month before they accidentally captured a picture of Sia shopping with a few women. A sharp-eyed agent spotted the red-haired Barbara, and only then did they roughly connect the dots. The paralyzed Barbara Gordon has been cured. How was she cured? Amanda looked at the investigation results and still wasn't satisfied. She asked her subordinates with an unfriendly expression. Her subordinates pushed the blame to each other. They didn't know either. Barbara was either in Star City or Gotham. They couldn't forcefully kidnap her and force her to spit out half a liter of true water and ask her how she was cured. First of all, Barbara wasn't weak. If they didn't send a standard combat team, they wouldn't be able to take her down. Also, they were government employees, not gang members. They gave up the generous salary of a large corporation to work for the government because of the justice in their hearts. They wouldn't use violent means to deal with a hero of justice.